And we are back with men's division action this time. Two very familiar squads out there for people who've been watching a lot of dodgeball in the Ontario or even Canada. We've got the Mavericks on the right side, defending Canadian champs. Elite Dodgeball Club on the left side. Full of top-end talent are both teams. We have, of course, Team Canada members pretty much everywhere. I think on the Elite DC side, Stephen Chatterton in the middle there hasn't been a starting member. I think he's been an alternate at least 1 year. And he's been a fixture on some of these top teams for a long time. On the Mavericks side, Jeff Snow and Jason Mergler on the left, obviously two of the most recognizable Team Canada players out there. Nicholas Danchenko, a new addition to this Mavs squad. Young player out of the Toronto area. Oh, we get a quick double. The shot by Snow taking out Chatterton and Sakura. TiDaL deferring the balls to the corners. It's Estabrooks that time, skipping one in off of Garcia Silveira and into Danchenko. There's some good shots connecting. You see Estabrooks takes a shot and then takes one in return. Ken Eng tagged out as well. Mavericks make it quick off Dongan. They take that 1-0 edge. So some quick connections, a couple of doubles on each side, but Mavs able to do the most damage with what they had. And this is a match against two of the teams you have to think are medal threats. Right away off the rush, it's not quite clean for Liebo, although he gets time to take a shot. He is hit. Mavs settling back on defense. They're being very proactive about it. It's Sakura letting go and then retreats. Maybe a little bit of moisture on the hand perhaps, wiping it off a bit. Ooh, a couple of quick shots coming in from this left side toward the Elite DC side, but they are able to get out of the way. Dongan going to talk things over. Miles Dongan lets it go. Return shot from Snow, missing high. Estabrooks letting go. Got a bunch of arm angles and curves he can use. Much more of a delivery that comes out to the side rather than over the shoulder most of the time. Ken Eng has done some great work on Rampage in the past and Team Canada as well. One of the great supportive players, play styles in the men's division. Shots towards Snow missing as he was able to bend down underneath it. John Woo just giving a my bad on releasing that ball, I think, to his team. Eng manages to get Snow. Eng very familiar with how Snow plays. Of course, Rampage teammates for several years. Although Rampage, the squad, is no more. Okay, they take out Woo with a solo shot. And now it's Estabrooks skipping one just a little bit short. Mavs coming back up. It is Danchenko letting it go. Miles Dongan sliding under that one. Elite DC to the line. It's Sakura letting it go. Matt Garcia Silveira, who's had some heroics in this building before. Plenty of people remember the 2017 semis against Team USA. One of the best dodgeball matches ever played. Dongan letting one go toward Danchenko. Okay, Mergler with that very quick release, you see, takes very little time for the windup. Eng knows about it, still got tagged out there. Danchenko, a nice acrobatic attempt at a dodge. Now still 3 strong. Estabrooks, no, it's just aggressive posture. It's not a throw yet. Swapping with Miles Dongan. Estabrooks lets one go toward Mergler. Mergler this time steps into one, manages to get it, and a catch on the Mavs side as well as Mergler ends up with that ball from Dongan. The breaks are going the Mavs' way at the moment. Chatterton stays in it, lets one go, and he's going to be alone too as Sakura tagged out. Chatterton just shows that he might throw, but good blocks. He just stays low. All right, gets away from that, gets a good shot right on the foot. Garcia Silveira trying to slide back, but Chatterton finds that ball, keeps it secure on his side. No balls in hand for Mavs. Chatterton's going to tee off on Mergler. Mergler sidesteps. Now no balls in hand. Chatterton goes aggressive, finds Mergler. Liebel able to protect himself, and now attacking. Just playing it patient. Danchenko, Liebel out there together, trying to take down Chatterton, trying to get that point. They do. That shot not able to be blocked. The Mavs take the second point. 2-0 over Elite DC. Quite a warm-up for both teams, facing off against top-level talent on the other side. Mavs bringing in Cameron Ranican and Brandon Ferguson now. 2 big arms. As the lineups are staying the same for Elite right now. Ferguson out immediately. He's got that big shot. He's also got a big frame that becomes a target for the other side. Okay, Wu is out for Elite. Now they come to the line. They play a bit of back and forth. That ball popping up off a foot. And Snow stays alive as the team catch happens. Eng now hit out as well. Kalen Estabrooks the only one left for Elite, so Mavs firing on all cylinders. Estabrooks trades 1 for 1 with Liebel. And that obviously favors the team that still had a bunch of teammates remaining, so 3-0. Mavericks, quick pace. We're only at 16 minutes on the match clock, and Mavs been able to put 3 up already. They've got a deep team. They welcome in Matt O'Brien, member of Team Canada's cloth program. He is a member of the sideline program now. Brandon Ferguson heading off to join him. Garcia Silveira over there as well. And now Rampage and Team Canada teammates Snow, Tom Singh, and Ranican out there together. Estabrooks frustrated on the sideline as he's tagged out. Talking about things with Coach Ian Randall. And Guy Armsden, is out there for the first time for Elite. Guy, also a Rampage member at times. Longtime player out of the London, Ontario area. Sakura, a little frustrated on the back pedal. Elite just not quite hitting as consistently, which, you know, with the team this strong, actually connecting on those shots is a big deal. There we saw Dongan doing well to get low, but that ball sneaking onto the back, getting the graze. And Elite going towards Snow, who is taken out by that second ball. Ranican's going to take over. Tom Singh out there with him. Tom Singh steps into one, takes out Wu. Ranican with a quick release goes toward Eng, but able to snatch it back and block. Okay, Ranican tagged out, and Tom Singh as well. Tom Singh wondering maybe if the player who hit him was out, but I don't think so. I think that it is a point for Elite. Another quick one, this time going the other way. Elite showing they can hang with this Mavs team. Mavs showing rush with Danchenko and Liebel. And we got Sakura and Eng who will be doing the run. Okay, and right away, that one's an easy team catch, but Garcia Silveira then hit out afterward. Dongan's ball was the one that ended up being caught, but ends up being a 1-for-1 because of the timing. Estabrooks tagged out. Eng as well. So Mavs really connecting, taking their opportunities, making them count. Sakura just not quite able to connect. Oh, Liebo is off on the side. Maybe if that was Sakura's ball, then I take it all back. Snow pointing with the misdirection. Does get clipped on the way back. Not sure yet if we've seen anybody point and actually throw at that target. So next level misdirection will be actually pointing at your target. Armston hit with the second ball. Tries to get a shot off while that first ball was still live, and technically the player's still live until that ball goes dead, although it was so far out of play, it wasn't going to matter there. Mavs still with 3 out there. Tate in the left corner. Danchenko is lost. So now it's going to be Mergler taking over. We got Wu and Sakura. When I started playing tournament dodgeball, these two were the fixtures, 2 of the fixtures on the Total Dominations team. They get Mergler. Spencer Tate's going to be the only one out there for the Mavs now. Takes a shot. Sakura gets out of the way with a little lean. And that brings us to 12-minute mark. So we're going to be looking at no blocking. And yeah, they want all of the balls in hand as things start. Okay, those first 2 shots missing, although now Tate's in a tough position because no balls in hand. Sakura makes sure he's not feeling safe to pick it up, but ends up getting caught. Bringing back Garcia Silveira. The 2 of them come up to the line. They take out Wu, and Mavs bring that back from a tough-looking situation just a moment ago. They're going to head into half number 2, up by 3. 4-1 the score. Mavs eking out those clutch points. And Elite had some moments of frustration, but they've also had some moments of success. Going to have to build on the latter while forgetting the former. John Woo saving the lined up balls from that visitor from another court. We do have quite a lot of men's action lined up for today. Several hours of men's dodgeball still to come following a tremendous women's division. Off the rush, we see some attacks coming in. We do see 1 out as Garcia Silveira hit out. Both teams so quick. Can almost be assured that someone's going to be on the sideline at the end of it. Armsden for Elite. Liebo lets that go. Does miss. Snow, of course. Always willing to look aggressive. Backs up. Stays alive as he goes a bit low. Quick call from Mavs as they come to the line, and it is Snow letting it go. Mergler given the settle signal. There's Eng again, the misdirect point. Although they end up just hitting Garcia Silveira again, which, you know, no extra credit when he's on the sideline. Can feel good though, but I'm sure it was intended for Snow. Okay, that return shot, they do find Dongan. Hustles out of the way of his retreating teammate. Mavs to the line. It's O'Brien letting that one go. Eng still in it. Can Eng hit out? Now to the line. They attack towards Snow. That third ball gets him. See a bit of a wipe out against the Feds. Ferguson putting effort into the ball retrieval. Structure is intact though. Shot toward Mergler's feet, missing. O'Brien Danchenko and Mergler still out there for Mavs, facing down Estabrooks and Wu. Wu with a great block. Estabrooks draws in another one. Mavs have only one in hand. Danchenko's going to take it. We'll see how Elite chooses to play it. Okay, that shot from Danchenko does come in and take out Wu, so aggressive play with the lone ball, but making it work. Estabrooks missing. Danchenko trying to stay light on his feet out there. Now coming back, Estabrooks willing to take those shots from the back line. He's got good throw with a lot of movement. And that one skipped short again. He's still got two in hand though. Now the Mavs are going to come on up. They're going to try to draw something out from Estabrooks, and they get him with that second ball. Mavs again connecting with those throws at such a good rate. Staying alive well enough to let go with those shots at an opportune moment. They've been able to pile up 5 points already. Elite with one themselves. 7 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the match. The first match that we've seen on this court, the men's round robin, although it's been underway for a couple of rounds already. Despite a bit of pressure from Liebo, we see Elite coming on up, looking for it out. They get Garcia Silveira, they get Ferguson. So Elite has been able to do well at suppressing Garcia Silveira. They just have had trouble trying to close things out. That ball popping way up. Ranikan backing up, hoping a teammate could secure it, but no such luck. Tom Singh, maybe in the best position, was hit out as well. So now it's Danchenko and Liebo facing off against Elite, and that is going to do it for him. Danchenko is going to be alone. Sends one in, takes out Chatterton. But Elite still has 5 on the court. And not sure what the refs are talking about there, but either way, we're picking back up with the action. Danchenko coming up close. Estabrooks, nope, just going to fake him down, try to eat the time. Ang just secures that ball that was in that almost neutral area. Now Danchenko is going to play defense, goes high, falls low, stays off the line, comes close. Bit of a scramble situation, but now all the balls in Danchenko's hands. Steps into that one and misses. Now, okay, waits until Armston gets a ball in hand. Armston just plays defense, drives him back. Now Danchenko is going to step into one at Armston. Now 2 in hand for Elite. Estabrooks in the other corner. Now it's going to get harder. Estabrooks does let go, times it well, but misses. Danchenko tries a bit of a drop shot, misses, and now skids back. Slides on his side all the way to the back. Okay, and there's a shot taking him out. Estabrooks finds the mark. Coach Vic Ravilli coming over to say good job to his team member. Vic Ravilli, of course, longtime coach of Team Canada, having only recently stepped back. And still very active with this Mavs team and with the Lakeshore Hawks college team. And right away off the rush, a little bit of a bobble on the Elite side. They're not able to make much of it. Mavs electing to play it safe. Maybe a situational call because they are up by 3. 4.5 minutes to go here. Mavs get a quick shot out of Mergler, taking out Estabrooks. Elite now again on defense. Snow shot, not much doing. Well-placed ball from Sakura. Roman Liebo heads off to the side. Mergler with a quick shot from near the back line, but Elite survives it, now has an extra ball to set up on offense with. Tate showing aggression, Wu undeterred. And referee is going to congregate about something. They call in the backline judge from the Mavs side. I think that might be a center line call. So Armsden is off, lightly consoled by Coach Randall. Okay, Elite gonna try and keep the momentum up, but Mavs coming to the line. Garcia Silveira is out there. Couple throws made, and Garcia Silveira is tagged as he slides back. Snow as well. So really good counterplay by Elite. And everybody missing. Just 2 shots taken though. Elite comes up, that ball from Wu missing. Mavs to the line, trying to force a 1-for-1. Looks like Tate was clipped. Got Tom Singh coming close. Wu had to accelerate the dodge a little bit there right at the end. Okay, they go toward Mergler, who's able to block. Jason Mergler, formerly of the Toronto area, now mostly plays in Manitoba. Nice hit, Eng hit out. Chatterton's gonna defer that corner. Wu taking over. Sakura's in the other one. Wu goes aggressive at that moment. Sakura's got the only ball now in hand for the Elite side. He goes aggressive with it, does get tagged, but he does trade for Mergler. Something we've seen Joshua Sakura be extremely proficient at is those lone ball aggressive plays, and Chatterton looks for a catch, can't find it. Tom Singh still in it. Wu backing up, no ball in hand, gets one in from the sideline. Tom Singh missing, unable to capitalize. Now we got Wu dancing around looking for a ball. Eric Cerudo playing ball retriever duties on the side, hands it over. Tom Singh lets it go, missing. Wu missing, comes close, but I think he got the center line, he did. So he did connect with that second shot, but he also connected with his toes on that center line. Just a little too far. And Mavs are gonna take that point, making it 6-2. All right, starting things off again. We'll see how the rush goes. Okay, they make it. So Chatterton maybe got, was it a catch? Danchenko, I think, managed to secure that well on the ground. Great grab if so. See a couple of shots going into the middle. Mavs missing though. Elite, not a lot of balls in hands. Ball retriever Guilain Sanfilippo scrambling to get those into hand. Armsden finally. Defenseless, taken out. And now these balls making their way into the offensive players. Eric Cerudo is out there now for the Elite side. Danchenko goes aggressive, manages to get Cerudo out. And that's gonna put us all the way to the end of regulation time. That means we're gonna start no blocking. And this last point will go into the plus minus column. Well, will contribute to the plus minus column. You know how it is. Mav's gonna come out hot. Ferguson takes one. Evades one coming back. Danchenko takes one. Ferguson takes one. Eng takes one. Everybody's taking him solo. There's one from Garcia Silveira. Eng slid out of bounds anyway. It wasn't gonna matter. Dong and no balls in hand. Looking for another one. Retriever's not there. And Dongan is down. So that's going to do it. Mavs taking the final point in no blocking. They do win 7-2. High energy game, and Mavs looking very strong at the moment. And so coming up, we will have more men's action. On this court, we're going to be seeing Northern Touch against Fortune, who are making their way here from the Seattle area. Northern Touch and Fortune coming up on the main court here at the Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff 2024 tournament. And welcome back, folks. We got another men's match coming up here. Dodgeball Toronto's Kickoff 2024 tournament. We are in the Pan Am Center in Markham, Ontario. And we got another men's match coming up. We got Northern Touch and Fortune. We got quite a scramble right off the start. Northern Touch with some familiar faces if you've been watching a lot of Ontario Dodgeball over the years. Joel Jodoin out there, as well as two of the Dongans, Tyler and Travis. Meanwhile, Fortune, United States team, the Seattle area, in the checkered jersey. One of the only checkered jerseys I think I can recall. Chapel, okay. Taking a long try, a counter try as well by Dongan, hoping to capitalize, but Northern Touch sending one and then getting under a return shot. Ruan Chapel definitely willing to take those from the back line and just sailing them a little bit high so far. Ben Eng lets it go. Now it's going to be Fortune talking about things. There is a catch. Oren Gall with the grab. Almost bounced too far forward for him, but Oren Gall known for his catching ability. People who've been playing dodgeball in Ontario for a long time know not to throw alone at him with anything even remotely catchable. Okay, Arthur Yan doing a great job getting over that ball. Manages to take an almost point-blank shot at Chapel. Yan closing that distance quickly and evading the shots, and now De La Mora is hit out. That's going to be first point on the board for Northern Touch in less than a minute and a half. So Northern Touch starting strong. Veteran team gets a lot of practice and communication in there. They have a decently large roster, so now you're seeing some new faces in there. Alan Hoover off the rush is one of them. Chris Prasad hangs onto a ball off the rush. And there we get a team catch. Bill Fisher, who has provided quite a lot of the equipment you're watching this broadcast on, manages to ramp the ball up to a teammate. Joel Jodoin checking in with the ref before heading out. Jodoin, who's been on Team Canada a couple of times. This is his home team. Fortune now to the line. Stella Mora letting go. Does get a hit onto Hoover. Now Fortune attacks. Prasad, okay, gets one away onto De La Mora. Prasad with the connection, and now Fortune still with 5 out there, making their way up and missing. Chapel in one corner, Lucas Boyle in the other. Okay, a couple of shots coming close. Rabina tried onto Chapel but missed. Now Fisher playing things well. Northern Touch comes to the line. Rabina missing, and then, oh, Yan couldn't squeeze that one. And that ball popping up, taking out Williams. So Aaron Rabina still facing 4, though, from Fortune. Rabina going to be defensive at the moment. And does get tagged that last shot on the money. Lucas Boyle, Team USA player and coach of the 2018 men's team. I think also the coach of 2019. Stretching my memory a little bit, but definitely playing for them 2022. You can also see a lot of his dodgeball clips on Instagram if you look up Dodgeball Lou, L-U. Regular poster of interesting content, just little clips. And off the rush, we get a hit onto Lucas, who heads off to the side now. 1-1 in this match. Joel Jodoin stepping into that shot. And now Dongan protects him. and then hands the ball off. So Fortune to the line now, looks toward the middle. But Northern Touch still out there with 6. Ang with the play call, and it's a cross-court try. Chapel doing well to be ready for that cross-court. Now I think it's even Chapel making the defensive call. Ang with the shot, scrambling, sliding back. And everybody's still lining up, taking the shot. Hoover, I think the target there, is able to stay alive while he's low. Lyons lets that one go. Ang is tagged, and then a shot as well from Chapel, taking out Dongan. Fortune with a couple of quick connections helps to square things up a little bit more, and the player is Fisher, not able to get out of the way of that one. Looks skyward as he heads sidelineward. To the line now, we've got Fortune coming up. It's a shot from the left side toward Hoover. It misses. And we got a backline call. Hoover frustrated with himself. Backline ref spotting that though, waving the flag. Always a frustrating way to get out, but it does happen. Got to stay aware of it. And now Fortune coming up. They send one towards Audouin. Northern Touch now going to talk things out. They give the misdirection point. That one popping up. Ooh, kind of a weird hook off the arm, I think, of Dongan. Kind of made it hard for anybody to track it down. By the time Audouin saw it, didn't have a play. Audouin's shot is blocked. He takes the extra ball from Gall. Oren Gall happy to make it easier on himself to catch. Good block by Audouin. Steps into that one, connects solidly as Lyons was backing up. Good recognition of an opportunity from Joel Audouin, and now it's going to be Oren Gall letting go. Audouin slides low, gets the blockers up on that. Talks about what to do next. Northern Touch to the line. Audouin steps into that one again, hopped over. The attack this time toward Gall. Knocked harmlessly aside. Now 2 balls in hand each Northern Touch player. See if they still elect to throw just one. They do. Goes to the middle. Okay, some close calls all around, but everybody's still in it. As Audouin had to rush that shot a little bit as the ref was counting down the clock, and Chapel a little bit casual about that one as Gall hits him out. 2-on-2, Northern Touch trying to grind down this Fortune side. Okay, they get control of the balls on their side. It's on Fortune to throw. And that one was very, very close. Each team at times coming really, really close to the shot clock. Okay, nice block in the air. Now to the line, Fortune not able to make that shot count. Okay, nice jumping splits. Williams getting over that ball. The referee's voice getting a workout as much as these players. Williams tagged out. Gall as well though, so we got a 1-on-1. Okay, and a graze. Fortune able to take that point. Audouin frustrated, but you know, it's a well-placed shot. Recognizing the moment again, Fortune going up 2-1. It's a close match, and we've got just a bit of time. I think about 45 seconds before we're going to reach the halftime buzzer, so they will start this point off properly, but we'll expect to go into no blocking fairly quickly. The only question is how many players will be left on each side. Okay, we got a false start. False start waved off on Northern Touch. I think Eng went a little quickly. Referee Taylor was looking right at it and called it pretty quickly. So we're going to start things off again. And just because of the false start, they are going to start the balls at the back. No blocking allowed. And here we go off the back line. First shot missing high. That one right on the money. Lions is going to head back off to the side. Northern Touch missing a bit high. And Fortune get a call out of Lucas on the side. Dongan's shot skips just a bit short. Chappell showing aggression. Boyle tiptoeing up the sideline as well. Both teams looking coordinated about what they're trying to do. Northern Touch letting that one go. Ruan Chappell lets one go as well. That one, great connection onto Eng. Eng maybe not quite ready as he wasn't able to get into much of a dodge. Prasad's shot missing. And we got a hit onto Dongan. Fortune scrambling to stay alive here, and they do. Fisher did pop up into the corner, but now yields that to Chappell. The refs talking a bit while a interloper sent back home. And now as we bring things back in, it's going to be on Northern Touch to throw. They've got 4 in hand. They let one go onto Boyle. So Rabina connecting. Okay, we get a 1-for-1, Yan and Chappell. So it's still close. Tying it up, or a 2-point lead on the table, and we got Fisher hit out. Rabina managing to find him on the cross court. Fisher did see it at the last second, but not able to force the 1-for-1. Rabina's shot missing a little bit high. Northern Touch wants to tie this up. And yet another purple ball coming from this other court. Court 5. What are you doing out there? Williams tagged out, so now Fortune down to 1. Rabina coming up, trying to show pressure. They attack, they miss. And Gal maybe finding the center line there as he scrambled up. Long range shot from Prasad, missing. 1 ball in hand for each of the Northern Touch players. Fortune looking to secure the lead. Okay, still staying alive, popping up, letting go. Just missing. Prasad doing well to shrug out of the way of those. And this is the longest no blocking I think we've seen, and it's still going. There is a hit, yeah. I think Prasad hit. Referee Bihan calls over the other referee, Taylor, and they're just talking about what happened. And yeah, they are calling him out. It did look to me like it was probably a hit, so. And in that case, we're in a 1-on-1. Long shot attempts, missing. Rabina now gonna have a chance at a defenseless opponent. Misses that one and finds the center line. Fortune takes those. 3-1 advantage for them. As the team swap side, and that was a long no blocking period, taking up almost 4 minutes. We're at 8 minutes remaining on the clock for this match. Fortune scraping out to a 3-1 lead. It is close. As they kick things off, we see Fortune's got Delamora back in there. Fisher's shot looking toward Hoover, does find him. Fisher with that kind of side arm delivery on a lot of his throws. Looks a little wonky sometimes, but having been on the receiving end, I can say it works pretty well. Eng hit out. And Fortune still with 6 out there, looking to keep up the momentum. Northern Touch sending just 1. They're playing defense with the rest. Rubina with the call again, lets it go. Seen attempt into the middle, missing. Chappell is hit out, but so is Prasad. Okay, and Lucas off on the side as well. Gives a good sporting clap. That shot from Lyons. Oh, good catch right off the ground. Just a couple of inches above. Lyons with the hands. And wow, what a well-placed shot through the blocker onto the knee of Jodoin. Tough shot to make, but they did it. Now Dongan alone's gonna have to try and survive this counter rush. Both shots, I think, connecting. Chappell saying, sorry, I realize now the first one hit you, but I had to make sure. Which is true. In a tournament, you don't want to leave those things undecided for any moment. And we see Captain Boyle arranging the opening rush balls the way he prefers. Just sending that one ball out wide. So both teams doing a similar style of rush with the solo ball in the inside being put to a player who's in a position to try and attack. It's the conventional opening rush style, I'd say. Okay, we got one hit onto Gall right away. Yan manages to connect. Boyle does check with the refs, but he was called out correctly there. But I always appreciate when you're not sure, check in with those refs. That's what they're there for. Fisher is the one to take that shot, makes a casual looking grab off Dongan. So Fisher showing some energy up at the line. Big hit there. Lions shot again coming through onto Jodoin. Fortune doing well. Fisher looking very healed from that Achilles injury he suffered a couple years ago. Lions tagged out. Okay, Williams as well. So Yan doing well and now trying to attack the vulnerable player. Lucas had been back on with the catch earlier, but now returns to the sideline. Fisher tries to go aggressive, tries to scramble out of the way, but he is hit. Delamora does make a grab. He is hit as well, but it's going to bring back Ron Chappell facing Arthur Yan. Yan, an accomplished ultimate player, but it's going to have to show the dodgeball skills in these moments. I trust his ultimate experience gives him good cardio. That ball coming in low, and it's blocked well by Chappell. Chappell sends one in off the mark. Yan steps into one and, okay, drives Chappell back to the back line. He looks in complete disbelief at where that line has turned out to be. Well, everybody gets those once in a while, so Northern Touch will take it as well. Their second point. You got just under 3.5 minutes to go, so Northern Touch still within striking distance, playing for at least a tie. Off the rush, Eng plays it real safe, providing a bit of cover. Dongan taking the shot from the outside Lions, and Lucas hit out. So a good start from Northern Touch. They're going to look to push that pace. See a good shot from Jodoin. Fortune down to 3, Northern Touch still with 6. Fisher recovers that ball, tries to scramble back to safety, able to do so as that incoming shot misses him wide. Fortune needs to kind of either play things slow or just neuter the aggression from this Northern Touch side. Time is on Fortune's side here. To the line, they attack. Jodoin with a block, and Chappell hit out, looking a little frustrated with himself, but some close moments here. I think they're swapping out a ball now. Possibly that exiting ball may have received a bit of a rip here. Hoover makes the call from the middle. Dongan letting it go, a return shot. Not making it count. Northern Touch still has 5 out there on the court. Fisher trying to whittle it down, does miss. Oh, Williams caught off guard by that shot, so Fisher's going to be alone. Bill Fisher takes a safe throw. We got that low sidearm delivery again, a bit of a submarine almost, and Northern Touch retaliates successfully, bringing themselves within 1. We got a minute and a half to go. Fortune wants to close this out, of course. Northern Touch wants to force at least a tie for themselves. Off the rush, Northern Touch a little bit quicker. Dongan gets a shot off and does take out 1. Touch do not lose any off the rush, so Fortune is going to step into the defensive position now. Delamora caught off guard. Couldn't get his hands up on that ball as it caught him up high. Northern Touch connecting on a lot of shots lately. They're going to keep trying to do that as that cross-court try comes in. Boyle pops up, goes cross himself, and then scooches back. Shot out of the middle comes in. Williams tagged out. They got 30 seconds left. If Northern Touch can actually close this out, they may be able to play for a win, but I'm sure Fortune is quite aware of that. Northern Touch, 20 seconds left. Okay, Lukas hit out again. Tried to slide to the side. Fortunate bounce on the sideline, and now as time runs out, we see 1 out for Northern Touch as Dongan exits. And it sounds like, yeah, I think those 2 balls may have hit in the air, so Chappell welcomed back onto the court. Unless, as the refs talk about it. But I think that's how it's going to be. Fisher and Chappell out there for the Fortune side. Meanwhile, Northern Touch, it's on them to throw first. They've obviously got a few more players. They connect Chappell, so it's going to be down to Fisher, who is taken out. Northern Touch get themselves the tie. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff 2024 tournament. This is Terry Thrasher back with you after a refueling break. I did catch the end of that very close matchup between Future and Mavericks that just ended a couple of minutes ago. Pretty nice, pretty nice. And now we got TiDaL facing off against Shred. Shred coming to us with a bunch of American players that some of which we've seen in the past on the national team program. Ooh, nice catch by Wheeler. That's the captain, Sean Wheeler, who was also in Toronto for the mid-season clash last year. And on the other side, TiDaL, a team that I'm not too familiar with. They send one in, that's nicely blocked. Giovenko looking threatening on the side, and then we get a shot from the right. Barbo with a follow shot. But Shred starting off pretty strong. Cross-court try, grazing Wheeler, calls himself out. Xander Simos, one of those Team USA players wearing the Elite jersey. TiDaL down to 2 players now, facing off several members of Shred. That one pops up for an easy catch. Giovenko grabs it. And now they're full strength as Wheeler comes back on. It's facing one, and the second shot finds the mark. Shred takes that first point pretty quickly. They're up 1-0. And so TiDaL and Shred going at it here in the men's division. This is now, I think, 5 rounds of men's round robin underway as we see, a couple of quick hits again. TiDaL losing a few. As they're now down to 3 players. Shred's got some great throws out there, and they step into a few onto the corner. And they have managed to chunk down this TiDaL team to just 2 players. TiDaL's got their work cut out for them. And we get a whistle. Everybody's backing up. Back to the back line, whenever they stop play, of course. That one missing. The return shot also missing. Giovenko staying low. TiDaL takes a shot. Time was winding down on the 10-second count, so they took it from pretty far back. Now under siege again, that one. Okay. Chow hit out. TiDaL down to 1. Tries to go cross court, catches Simos off guard, and then taken out on the return shot from Giovenko. And nice work from Shred. Take this quick 2-0 lead. They're looking good out there so far. And TiDaL looking a little outmatched at the moment. They're going to need to get something going. And it's going to be a little harder off that rush. And Shred managing to keep everybody alive. A little chaotic off the rush there, but Shred gets the better of it, gets that one popping way up. Okay, I think that player, Nguyen, I think that was called a catch. I thought maybe the ball that hit Nguyen may have hit the ground in time, but Ranikan right there refereeing. All right, and Shred takes that return shot. Nice acrobatic dodge back there. Giovenko settling into that right corner. Barbeau now in the left corner. Barbeau with a nice shot in the air. Good release. Wheeler is heading off to the side. I'm not sure what got him, but hey, TiDaL hanging tough in this one. And now Shred to the line. Barbeau with a nice cross. Manages to get the hit. Giovenco as well. It's good accuracy. TiDaL off 2 throws, lose 2 players. They're down to 1. Shred threatening to come up to a 3-0 lead. We get some pressure. The return shot. Okay. Giovenco with a nice block. Keeping his eyes back as he backs up. Don't want to give up any freebies by just not looking. Barbeau, good release, missing a bit high. Sidearm delivery missing. And now Barbeau trying to take advantage of what I just said. If the player looks away a little bit as they assume they're safe, Barbeau charges. And we get a hit off the held ball into the player. And Lai will head out. So Shred with another point. We got a bit under 16 minutes to go. Barbeau off the rush. First one there easily, and that's going to give Shred a good chance to open up. They do take one. We get a bit of conversation. Referee's talking a bit. Wheeler is called out. So maybe the call was that the ball wasn't cleared. So off the rush, that ball has to be cleared behind the second blue line, basically, that you can probably see on the court. If it is thrown and released and connects without being cleared, the player who threw it is out, regardless of what happened elsewhere. And now, okay, we see a couple of hits. Wow, TiDaL coming out firing on this one. Simos hit out most recently there. Okay, good hit. Giovenco letting go. Gets another hit, gets 2, scrambles back. Giovenco, Team USA member himself, sends one from the back. Now he's going to settle into a defensive stance. The 2 TiDaL throwers are going to come up. Giovenco looking aggressive, goes aggressive. And TiDaL attacks, but those shots off the mark. Giovenco is now going to get a chance to take a shot, missing. And okay. I think Lai was looking for the catch there. The shot was a bit off the mark, but he wasn't able to get all the way out of the way. So Giovenco looking to bring this all the way back. That ball drops in on the mark. Giovenco clutches it out. And then not at all awkward looking celebration with Shota Barbeau. Shred up 4-0 now. Shred off the rush. They get another well-placed shot. We see Captain Tim Yu head off to the side. That ball popping up, yeah. Gonna be hard to secure that, I think, under the circumstances. Simos coming up, daring TiDaL to fight him for that ball as he reaches over the line. Shred attacks. Barbeau's shot missing. And so TiDaL, the BC squad, is going to be still under pressure as they take a shot. That was Cruz this time. And then a 1-for-1 on the side. Giovenco trading. TiDaL down to 2. Shred countering. No, they're just going to show pressure. TiDaL going to be playing defense now. That one blocked. TiDaL tries to take a quick one. The counter shot does miss. One ball sent way out of play. Possibly someone's going to get that back. But in the meantime, they've got some extras on the sideline, of course. In the meantime, TiDaL's going to have to deal with the rushes. Stays alive. Cruz in a bad spot and makes the catch. And Wu emotionless, at least on his face, steps off the court. Those are always tough. Cruz doing a great job of making it so that the play was possible. And I think it's hard when you're the thrower sometimes. You got a player essentially defenseless at such a close range. Your eyes get a little big for the easy throw, but a lot of players who can make that reaction catch. You gotta try and hit them in a spot that they're not gonna make that catch. We saw, I already forget who it was earlier today, but somebody getting hit, I think it was Garcia Silveira getting hit on the foot while he was sliding back like that. Oh, we got a double though. You heads off, as does Holloway. Shred making those great throws work. They've been doing a great job of staying alive as well as TiDaL struggled to find their footing in this match. That shot from Shred missing. Shred up 5-0. No need to push things. There you get Giovenco. And it's on Shred to throw again. Now we come up to the line, aggressive TiDaL. That was a bit of a futile effort for that ball, but I like that he showed it. Barbeau, okay, Barbeau's shot missed. I think Wheeler grazed his target. He was defenseless. That ball from Barbeau skipping in. And he's got the trust of his teammates. He gets an extra. And he gets good ups, still gets up. Everybody's alive after that, and Wheeler manages to finish off one. Barbeau going aggressive. That one missing though. Lone TiDaL player is going to be facing off against several. Barbeau looks for the catch, doesn't manage to make it. Bit of a sidearm delivery there. Wheeler tries the shot. TiDaL still in search of their first point. And okay, there's a grab. Wheeler giving a leg up. That was good. Nice catch. Point blank. And Cruz scrambles low, doing well to keep moving around on the court, staying alive, letting go, letting that one go a bit high. And now the incoming shots, they miss. Dylan Cruz staying controlled. Now drops the balls in hand. Makes a grab. That second ball was tracked and secured. Holloway heads out. Giovenco back in. And the TiDaL player makes a catch too. He is hit by the second ball, but brings in some help. So we got the one-on-one again. Sidearm try missing. Giovenco gets up in the air. Lets it go, goes aggressive again. Good dodging by TiDaL. Giovenco coming very close to that back line. We got a ref watching. Oh, and he still stays in tiptoes, keeping him off the back line. Great dodging by Giovenco. Trying to clutch this out for Shred, keep themselves on the scoreboard. Everybody missing somehow with those. TiDaL gets the ball in, tries to attack again. That one skipping short. Giovenco lets it go after a fake, gets the hit. And that is the 6th point for Shred. And that was, of course, the sudden death period. I know I didn't call out the start of it, but that's why we saw the play looking as scrambly as we did at times. 6-0 Shred. And TiDaL hoping for at least one in this second half. They came oh so close on that one. Giovenco coming very close to the back line. But I'm actually basically sitting opposite the line judge. I could tell that at least when I was looking, he didn't touch on it. Showing great body control to stay off the line. Now if the rush, TiDaL very quick on the rush. They just haven't been able to make it work as well for them as you'd hope. And now Cruz, okay, almost able to secure that catch as he fell back, but Chung able to take him out. And so not bad if you're a TiDaL fan. Starting all right. Shred does have 4 still out there. But they're going to be able to play defense with 3 balls. And drawing out the defensive moves. Barbeau lets go. Wheeler as well is going to take a shot, and TiDaL is down to 3 players, and a bit of a screen situation. You blocking off his teammate. Wheeler is hit. TiDaL on the hunt for that first point. Nguyen and Chung trying against Barbeau. Barbeau's got a good quick release. Got to stay on your guard. He's shown he's willing to be aggressive. Gets up very high when he goes that way on defense. And he does get clipped. TiDaL on the board. Looks like their ships come in, at least briefly. They are still down by 5, and realistically it's going to be hard to close that gap with 6.5 to go, but always important to get at least 1 on the board for yourselves. On this side out of BC, again, so quick off the rush. See 1 for 1. Gianetto heads out. And play, not sure what the stoppage was, but we're starting off again from the back line. TiDaL's going to get control of that extra ball in no man's land. Holloway taken out by that aggressive shot. Shred, why not? They're up by enough that they can be aggressive as they want to. All right, TiDaL doing the right thing, just hitting the player who's made themselves a target. Giovenco scooches low under those balls. 3 invested his way. All right, Chung with a good block, getting back up to his feet, ready to defend. Play call coming in from Nguyen. And Barbeau's shot connects on Lai. Chung is now the target. Nguyen doing well to stay out of harm's way. 3 members of TiDaL still out there facing down 4 from Shred. Barbeau's going to play out high. Barbeau's going to go aggressive. Nope, just going to stuff one ball between his knees and make the catch on the other. He is hit though, and Giovenco tried to bail him out, gets himself out in the process. So a bit of a nice break for TiDaL. Blocked by Wheeler. Wheeler, again the target, but just 1 ball coming in. Doesn't have to work too hard to get out of the way this time. And they get Wu. Tan Nguyen out there alone now. Tries one in towards Simos. Safe throw, of course. I think when the other team only has 1 ball, you can't afford to challenge that player a bit more. But electing to play it safe. Wheeler coming forward, but just draws in that 3rd ball, and now Shred's going to get to go offensive. We're going to see TiDaL on defense here. Just stand low behind the blocker. Now attacking where that solo ball is. Simos jumping out of the way, winds up, fakes twice, takes a shot, comes close, as does Nguyen to the back line. And again with the count, that ball definitely missing a bit high. We got 3.5 minutes to go. Nguyen sends one in, Wheeler attacking now. And both shots from the Shred players connecting, so. Taking the score back, 7-1. We got just over 3 minutes to go. TiDaL behind, Shred firmly in control. Playing for pride and plus minus now. Off the rush, TiDaL again there quickly. Wu lets it go, gets 1 hit onto Cruz. Again, a ball from somewhere else gets returned home. 5 balls in hand for Shred. They attack. A nice aggressive play by Lai there. Lai, sorry. So TiDaL doing all right on this point. Okay, they find Simos with a well-placed shot. Good work by TiDaL, still showing their competitiveness and skills. Oh, that's a bad bounce for them, though. They lose now 3. Chow, Lei, and Holloway all heading to the side. So Shred certainly not out of it here. That ball bouncing in before the target. I see a few tries from TiDaL missing the mark, and the counter shots missing as well. Now though, Shred 2 in hand each. They come to the line. It's Giovenco's throw missing high. Okay, Giovenco with the block, hoping to maybe track down that ball for a free catch, but popped a little too far away. Good alertness to look for it. And now the aggressive play, and now this player is in a tough spot. Nguyen is out. Trying to force things a little bit for TiDaL, and again, why not? Now we got a 2-on-2, Shred to the line. And TiDaL absorbs the pressure this time. They're going to be able to come back up, try to get an elimination. They spread out, they go toward Giovenco, they get him. And a catch though. Giovenco out, but Cruz right back in and able to finish it off as Chung manages, not quite, to secure that point. So great effort. TiDaL coming close. But this is going to bring us into the no blocking portion, which will be the final point of the match. I predict Shred will be liberal with their throws here. There's one connecting by Barbo. TiDaL missing on their first shot. Chung letting it go just off the mark. And that return by Shred also missing here. Okay, they get one. And TiDaL, I thought they had a player called out there. Yeah, I think both refs saying one of the players hit out low on the body. Wu now heads out. And so now with play resuming, TiDaL's coming up to the line on offense. They go toward Barbo, they get him. But it is 1-for-1. Shred coming up to the line. Hey, they just elect to toss one. A return shot solo from TiDaL. On the hunt for their second point. A couple of interesting deliveries, and oh, Giovenco wanted that ball. A little annoyed with himself not hanging on to it. TiDaL gets a good break. 3-on-3 now. Aggressive shot by Wheeler does connect. Shred still got 3 out there. They got the majority of the balls now, too. And they get hits almost simultaneously as Shred secures their 8th point of the match. And so a very strong performance on Shred's side. Meanwhile, TiDaL will sink a little bit in the standings. And that'll do it for this match. We will, of course, have more to come. So that was Shred versus TiDaL. Next up on the schedule on this court, you will be able to see Doki Doki boys facing off against Spicy. So we hope to see you there in just a few minutes. The Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff 2024 tournament in Markham, Ontario. Hello folks, welcome back. Terry Thrasher here after another little break for myself. We got a match up between Phantoms and Dark Horse. The Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff Tournament 2024 in the Pan Am Centre in Markham, Ontario. Phantoms, a team out of the Hamilton area, featuring quite a few people with cloth experience, including Cloth Team Canada, such as Adrian Halliburton, who lets that shot go, and Brent Shanks on the far side. Meanwhile, Dark Horse, made up of players out of Manitoba. And with some, I think, some national team experience in there too. I'm gonna have to rack my brain a little bit, but like in terms of who it is specifically, but Eldon Wu definitely has done that. I was on Team Maple Leaf back in 2017. And this whole squad, Dark Horse, was in Montreal at Nationals last year. We also see Coach Amanda First out there on the sideline, or at least ball retriever right now. And Halliburton is out. So first points go in the way of Dark Horse. So strong start from their side. Kevin Harder is the captain of this team. He's also had captained along with Amanda First, the Canadian mixed squad in 2022. Won gold in Edmonton. Ooh, that's quite the rush, sending him way over the center line, but that is fine. And now these shots just missing a little bit. Both teams still at 6 out there. And it's a hit onto Marsh. It's gonna head off to the sideline. And that ball connecting. You see Zach Klappa head off. A little bit crowded when there's still 6 players out there. Hard to find room to dodge sometimes. And there we see a shot onto Wu. We also see Halliburton traded off. Some good exchanges from both sides. Cameron Booth coming to the line. He is the one to throw. The return shot missing him, but Shanks taken out. Target of opportunity. Okay, they do manage to get a hit. Dark Horse losing Schmidt, letting one go. And now Phantom's gonna take the time to set up. That one missing. Osborne and Herbert in the corners for Phantoms. Nitsky holding watch. Herbert, meanwhile, takes a swing as the team's backpedal. That shot missing as well. Herbert fakes, stopping his follow through. Phantoms look offensively, and now the return shot from Krenitsky is missing. Sunil Sharma in the other corner. Krenitsky is the one who was targeted this time. The Dark Horse side with 4 balls now and a 1-0 lead. It's Krenitsky who throws again, and his second shot connects on Osborne. Osborne showing the cloth dodgeball rule of just dropping the ball once you get eliminated. Foam, of course, you can pass it to a teammate. I feel like if you're super used to one style or the other, it's hard to do the thing for the non-native format in the moment like that. Bernitsky steps into one, Booth with a block. Herbert's shot is blocked. Sharma pops up. And now talking things over as Dark Horse to the line. Okay, it was a hit on Sharma. Herbert managing to connect. And now it's a 2-on-1. They're going to try to close this out, get on the board. Okay, Bernitsky saying, yep, you got me. Good honest play. Now we got a 1-1 match. Phantoms getting themselves on the board. Phantoms, a team mostly out of Hamilton. I think Herbert is London. But otherwise a Hamilton, Ontario group, as far as I'm aware. And out of Manitoba, we see Dark Horse connecting onto Osborne right away. It's Pacheco with the hit. Herbert pops up, takes a shot. Pacheco doing well to get low under it. Dark Horse shots from Klappa missing. Klappa does retreat successfully, but Sharma taken out while trying to play defense, so Phantoms with a good shot. And now Klappa again with that lefty delivery, Booth popping up, going aggressive, goes cross court. Okay, and a good opportunity taken there with a bit of a bunch up by the Dark Horse players. That was Logan Rowland connecting. Booth hit out, 2 shots sent his way. Well placed by the Dark Horse side. And now to the line, they just send one. Bend with some pressure. Selling those fakes well. Marsh with a great catch. Just off his knees and into the gut. Play comes out, Phantoms to the line. Ben with a bit of pressure trying to throw him off the rhythm. Ben lets it go, connects. So the team's exchanging a bit. Harder and Pacheco still out there for Dark Horse. Although Harder's now going to be off to the side, so Pacheco's going to have to do it solo, facing 4 from Phantoms. Pacheco attacks the ball. Herbert pops up, takes the shot. Pacheco's now going to have a good target. He misses. Herbert played that aggressive, got away with it a bit. The accuracy a little off for everybody. Now Phantoms attacking. Pacheco does get grazed in the back pedal. Pulls himself off the court, acknowledging the hit. 2-1 edge for the Phantoms. So a lot of these cloth first players showing off their foam skills on that Phantom side. Obviously, throwing these 2 types of balls can be a little different. If you move between them, it can take a bit of time to adjust again. But they're doing well so far. Dark Horse a little messy off the rush. Phantoms take 1 shot. That's Shanks backing up now. Okay, nice clean shot. Benz takes out Booth. Sharma sends that back. A little too hot to handle. That's what the ball retrievers are for. Ben steps into one, taking out Halliburton. Good accuracy on those balls, good choices. Managing to find vulnerable targets and take them. Now Phantoms, 1 ball each in hand. They send a couple in, they take out Sharma. And Ben again showing pressure. And since we've seen him release a couple of times, you know they'll respect that pressure. Harder in the middle. Return shot by Herbert. Bend again with the fakes. This time it's Bend with the shot. Harder hit out, and a return onto Rowland hit out as well. Corners trying each other on the opposite sides there, going long distance. hoping for a connection. Interesting call when it's both of them trying at the same time, but we are getting close. We got about 15 seconds to the no blocking whistle. And I think they've gone straight to no blocking. That was what the pause was here. So now Phantom's coming in. Shanks taken out on a proactive shot. Herbert is going to be alone. Does get Schmidt off. Shanks it out again. Absorbs that well. Eldon Wood dodges out of the way of that ball. Dark Horse coming up, and it's Bend again who really clutched that point out with the throws. Tying things up at 2. And so we will head into the second half of this match, all even. These teams seem pretty closely matched. Hasn't been a lot of catching in this one. A good grab by Marsh earlier. But otherwise, it's been about the throws. Teams will talk a little bit. Dark Horse in a huddle on the sideline. Meanwhile, Phantoms, no huddle necessary. Halliburton and Osborne look to be setting up as the runners. Dark Horse breaks the huddle, and we're going to get back underway. 10 minutes and 15 seconds or so still to play here, according to the game clock. So starting things off, again, it's even, 2-2. Phantoms and Dark Horse. And right away off the rush, we have that one pop up. March is right there for a second catch of the match. That one a little easier than the first one. It's almost like a pass back. A good bounce for the Hamilton side. Things are slow at the moment as Dark Horse coming on up to the line. They only send one. Some good fakes, making it hard to see where it was going to be. And they get Halliburton. The tries toward Phantoms. They do get March this time. Rowland's shot does miss. Justin Shug gonna take over that left corner now. Okay, we see another hit connecting on Osborne. Good shot placement out of Dark Horse now. Shug lets one go, trying to protect the team. Everybody missing on that exchange though. There's a connection onto Rowland. Blocker couldn't find the incoming shot. All right, Shug hit out. Shanks alone. His team's ghosted him. And there's a 1-for-1 trade for us. Schmidt manages to make it work, so that's the go-ahead point for the Dark Horse side. 3-2 advantage now, still 8 minutes to go. Anyone's match. As these teams line up quickly, we will get things moving once again. Off the rush, Dark Horse there quicker this time. Not able to secure anything. They had a good opportunity. But it is going to be Phantoms letting it go. Booth is taken out, but 2 going down on the side of Dark Horse. I'm sure Booth would say Worth. All right, Wu trying the cross-court attempt. Halliburton not hit by it. Now Osborne makes the call as Phantom's back up to the line. And that ball blocked by Halliburton. See a couple of tries into the middle of this dark horse line, but no connections on that last volley. There's a shot that does miss. Phantoms coming up, sending one to the left corner. 2 return shots towards Shanks. Hops out of the way. Shanks, one of those rare players playing in sport glasses. Just always scares me. If he makes it work, he knows what he's doing. Dark horse, that one blocked up. Ooh, maybe could have been a catch, but Klappa not able to find it. And meanwhile, Klappa tagged out anyway, so Harder's gonna have to take over that side. Wu on the other side. These dodgeball veterans, not intimidated, I'm sure, but they know it could be tough to bring it back. Wu slides out of the way. Step back from their fakes, and then Harder's the one who takes it. Phantoms just accepting the shot. They've got the numbers advantage, so now they bring it back up. Take a solo throw, 5.5 minutes to go. No time pressure on either team yet. Wu with a good quick release. Herbert was ready, but that ball is in dangerous territory. Wu not quite able to protect it. Good cover shot. But now, 2 balls in hand each. We see Dark Horse coming back up. That one pops up off Osborne. Just went a little bit behind his teammates. Would have been a tough grab. Phantoms to the line again. And that return shot from Harder is blocked. Wu's going to scramble up and not going to be able to get that ball as it rolls back gently to the Phantom side. Halliburton smacks it back. All right, Halliburton taken out. You see Eldon Wu with that quick release going cross court as well. You're not aware, there's not a lot of warning for it. Shot from Herbert coming close, but Wu moves around well out there. Harder not able to keep it secured, heads out, and then Eldon Wu clipped off as well by Herbert. Recognizing the moment and taking it, so Phantoms able to tie this thing back up, 3-3. We got about 4 minutes remaining in this match. So this point will be very important, I'm sure. Klappa sends the 1 ball over to Harder, who kind of plays out in front of his corner before handing the ball back. Phantom's not able to find anyone this time. Okay, but now we got a 1-for-1. As Josh Schmidt heads off, as does Cameron Booth. Couple balls sent in, but no hits this time. Phantoms talk things out again. Okay, they look toward Ben. Okay, they get a few shots off, and they get Pacheco. Herbert is lost, though, for the Phantom side. Okay, Osborne slides out of the way, turning his body away from the play a bit, but not punished for it. Osborne makes the call. They send 2 in, but no one eliminated on that. Rolling with the block. And the go-ahead point still up for grabs here. Nobody able to connect. Roland, nope, not going to take that shot, just stepping up a little bit. Osborne again making the call. They send a couple in toward Bend. Bend, who's always quick to come up, step up to the line, put a bit of pressure out there. Roland does well to stay low, get that blocker in front of him. Sharma tries his luck as well. But still, everybody not quite finding their shots. Phantom stepping up, that one missing off the hand of Osborne. And now we still don't get a hit. A lot of shots coming close. Okay, there's one on Bend, finally. Someone connecting. Phantom's finding that one. Still 3 out there for Dark Horse though. They send 2 over to Osborne, slides underneath. There's a try toward Harder, but he is able to slip free of that. Harder's shot, ooh, long range. Awkwardly blocked by Osborne, but cleanly. Sharma's now going to take over that corner. Osborne tries one into the middle, but does not find it. Again, a bit of a slow pace for the most part in this point. Neither team wants to give it up easily, and we got only 30 seconds left. We get a couple of attacks, and Osborne finds a catch. He does slide out of bounds, but he had control of that pretty definitely before being out of bounds. So Trevor March comes back in. And Sharma out as well. Interesting. There's an attack, there's another attack. And I think we're going to go into no blocking. It's going to be sudden death for the point here and the win. They're 2-on-1. Phantom's obviously favored in the moment, but it is not a comfortable lead. Let's see what Klappa can do about it. Roland avoids that shot. Klappa no balls in hand, can't step out of the way. Phantom secure that with a 4-3 win over Dark Horse. Close match. About as close as you can really get. But Dark Horse take it. So that'll wrap it for this match. Coming up next on this court, we're going to see Doki Doki boys once again, this time facing off against Ascend. Stay tuned, and we'll see you back at the Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff 2024 tournament. Hello everyone, welcome back for yet another dodgeball match. We've got another men's division contest between Doki boys and Ascend. Ascend playing out of the Toronto area. They've been together for a few tournaments now. And they get some shots sent their way by the Doki boys. Yoshida taken out. Good return shots now as well from Ascend. Nadi backing up safely. Ellis and Levelecki out there with him. Nadi and Levelecki have been teammates here for a bit. They were also teammates on Rampage, picked up in the national tournament last year. Zion Leaf at the block. And this Doki side, with the player edge, they're going to try and push things a little bit. No, they're still playing things pretty safe. They do have 5 players. Ascend is going to try and whittle that down. Leaf able to block it into the ground. Leaf releasing from the back line. Now gets another ball from a teammate. Okay, we get a nice catch on the ball off Levelecki. I think Leaf might be playing with no knee pads, just noticed. Maybe they're just really slim. Hard to tell from back here, but either way, we've got Ellis and Nadi out there still for Ascend. Doki boys hoping to take the first point of this match. That ball, late hit onto Law. Okay, Nadi hit out. Ellis making a call across the line, which of course, the refs are going to tell you, hey, that's our job. Doki boys with the first point. They're up 1-0. And now Ascend's going to have to come back, try and make things a bit closer, because Doki's still at 5 out there on the court. Ascend does a single person rush. Low takes all the balls. Does take the shot as well. He is on the sideline. It's the price you pay as the rusher sometimes. Going for all 3 balls, pretty defensive strategy, of course. Doki boys doing well to fake people off. And then just a really delayed shot. Takes Nadi out. Leaf's ball skips into the middle. Okay, great shot onto the feet. New hit off. And another casualty too on the Doki side. So they're down to 4. Doing well is Ascend this time, keeping things a little bit closer on the player count. Got Yoshida in the corner. One of those lefties playing left corner. Nick Barber in the right corner for Ascend. And just one ball thrown from kind of far back. That one bouncing before the mark is found. Yoshida had also been picked up by Mavericks, last year's Nationals. Which of course means the Rampage one was the Nationals before that. Yoshida's shot coming close, but it does bounce. Ascend talks things over. They're playing it safe at the moment. Shot comes in from Barber. Return shot goes over him as he slides back toward the line, safety of his corner. Cover provided by teammate Rafi Bunsell. And that ball right on the money. get an elimination. Slowly but surely at the moment, Ascend has been whittling away their opponents. Doki Doki boys, though, 5 balls in hand. Gonna see what they can do about it. Yoshida survives on the attack. And now to the line. Atkinson misses, is tagged as he backpedals. I think that might have been the first shot that Atkinson got to take in this point, and ends up paying for it. Okay, we got a 1-for-1. Bunsell hit out. Barber stepping up, stepping into that one. That ball rolling slowly back to the Ascend side. Yoshida covering. Leaf doing a good job covering as well as he takes Barber out. Doki Doki boys managed to connect that. Zion Leaf does find that shot onto the knee of Brendan Yoshida, sending him to the sideline, sending Doki Doki boys to a 2-0 edge. So early on, with 16 minutes to go, one team has got all the points. And we will see how they are able to build on this. Very quick off the rush. They're quicker than Ascend. We'll see if they're able to connect. Not this time. Low able to survive that rush. Ball retriever. Fortunate to get that ball in the end. It was Del Rosario, we saw earlier on Team Canada, I think Red, doing ball retrieval duties, as is Da Feng, who we saw on Raven earlier. On the opposite side. Okay, nice graze. Naughty showing the acknowledgement as Lascano heads off. Hey, well tagged. Ellis goes sideline. Everybody sending fakes. There's a take. Atkinson, another lefty in that left corner. It is Atkinson's throw. Doki Doki boys, 4 balls in hand. We'll see where they end up throwing from. They send just one. Hines missing that one. Now settling on the back line, and Atkinson throws again. Again on the back pedal, Levelecki popping back up. Ball retriever ready to bail out Atkinson there. Now it's Levelecki taking a shot. Looks like he just got the hand of Young and not able to pull it back in time. So Ascend on the hunt for their first point. Atkinson gets low under that shot. It's Nadi letting it go this time. Doki Doki boys staying strong. They're coming up with 4. That ball just missing a double. Low hit out. Bunsell did not quite touch it. And so just 1 out on a close call of a double. Bunsell now the one to throw. Return shot coming in onto Nadi. And the Doki Doki boys have the player edge now. Let's see if they're able to do anything with it. Meanwhile, Ascend talking things out, playing it patient, playing it confident. Atkinson's throw misses. Shot toward Atkinson and a return cover moment from Levelecki. Bunsell maybe slipping a little bit, but still on his feet. And looks like he's the one making the call here. Levelecki adjusting it. Bunsell lets it go, gets under a return, and that ball caught well. A nice grab out of the Doki Doki boys. They are in pretty good shape as they take out Kamani Atkinson. Levelecki gonna have to do it himself. And he is clipped down low, couldn't get over that one. Doki boys, 3-0. And we're going straight into no blocking as we are at 12 minutes, 10 seconds or so. Referee Bihan just letting everybody know. Other referee, Joel Jodoin. Players doing a lot of work, reffing as well in this tournament. All part of the community spirit that makes these tournaments run well. Always so good to see. Doki boys getting a hit on to Barber and Ellis. Double right off the bat, starting this sudden death strong. Atkinson steps into that, missing a little bit high. Doki boys. Trying to keep a send off the scoreboard. Naughty lets it go. Also missing a bit high. Leafs shot missing. Everybody just a bit off the mark. You see them kind of going through the motions again, like, Maybe a bit of a slip. Okay, they come close. Levelecki clipped, though, on a nice counter. Again, Doki just finding the mark. Accuracy with those throws, so important, as we've seen on this court all day. Velocity on the throws matters, but decision-making and placement, arguably more important. That ball comes in from the other court in a friendly way for the Doki boys. Yeah, I think the ref saying that ball needs to stay on the Ascend side, even if it was launched in from the other court in a way that sent it over to the Doki side. Okay, Naughty hit out of the air. Nice shot. New hits and is taken out. Oh, a nice little delayed drop shot from Lowe. Only one ball in hand for the Ascend side, though. Lowe ends up using it sort of to block while trying to twist out of the way. So now Kamani Atkinson, the lone Ascend player, being watched by both Doki players, and gets the 1-for-1, but it's not going to do the job under these circumstances. So 4-0 edge for the Doki boys. And Ascend heads to the other side, looking for that first point of the match. Teams talking things over a little bit, although they're lining up pretty quickly. And I'm just going to give a quick shout out to one of the event sponsors here, the Spot Rehab Performance and Recovery. They do have a station set up. It's a pretty false start, I think. But the Spot, physiotherapists and sports therapists available to help with athlete recovery and performance. We've seen them at a lot of events in the Toronto area. They were at Edmonton as well, providing great service for all the athletes involved. And we do appreciate the support of the Spot. If you are in the GTA, you should check them out. Good movement. Young throws the ball, maybe to the slight dismay of his teammates, but no harm done. Doki steps into them, and they get 2 balls onto Johnny Lowe, sending him to the sideline. And Ascend does get a hit. Law is going to head off. Lucas Law is the only one eliminated, though, for the Doki boys at the moment. They've done a great job staying alive against these Ascend throwers. Or the Ascend throwers have done not quite an ideal job of hitting their targets. They have been playing together pretty well, though, and they do find that target as they hit out Leaf. Atkinson traded off. Yoshida collects that spare ball This time it's Young again, letting it go. Okay, they grazed Naughty as well, so again, or maybe that was a catch actually as Law comes back in. I just missed what happened on this side as I was looking on the other. You know how it is. Teams going to the back line while the refs just kind of made sure things were settled, and now coming off the back line, we get an attack toward Yoshida, missing. Barber surviving as well. The boys have 2 in hand. See Law staying energetic out there. Counter shots back and forth. Everybody kind of missing a little bit. Yoshida had a good counter on the counter. Not able to hit his opponent, who just dropped all the way to the floor. Hines is the one to throw that one. Barber taken out. You got to keep these last 2 players separated if you can. And now Yoshida's going to be alone. That one sailing way high. Law almost jumped into it. Well, it would have been hard to jump into that one, I think. And another ball being sent over. I think the ball retriever may have grabbed that before it actually was available to their side, or after, either way. When that happens, that ball's got to go to the other team. Yoshida stays defensive with that and does get hit. That second ball takes him out. So the Doki boys really doing a lot of work on these throws. They've been able to significantly more consistently get on target, get through the blockers, or hit players making evasive moves. Sprinkled in a catch or 2. And off the rush, they're pretty quick, although this time nobody makes a play. 5-0 though for the boys as they come to the line. They send one in. Lascano with a nice grab. Still on the follow through of his throw, but manages to get that ball off of Low. Ellis tagged out as well. Young acknowledging that shot was a bit high. But they all count. Okay, a bit of a mini flurry happens and everybody survives it for the moment. Leaf sharing the call. Barber hit out. Levelecki threatened as well, but has the ball in hand, pops back up to his feet. And draw one in. Bunsell able to connect. A send to the line. Okay, they send a couple. They still have 3 on their side since there was a counter shot tried from the Doki side. Levelecki with the hit, getting Lascano out up at the shoulder. Bunsell's shot into the middle finds Law this time. Nice shot onto the feet of Yoshida. Leaf pops back up and does take one onto Levelecki. Absorbs the counter himself from Bunsell. Now Bunsell stepping into a 1-for-1. Levelecki going to be alone, facing 2. Leaf still out there, as is new. Levelecki stays right under that ball, tries a quick release. Leaf gets under it. Levelecki ends up going cross court, and again the 1-for-1. Leaf ending up making sure. Ascent coming close on that one again, but 6th point on the board. Doki boys fully in charge of this match with 2.5 minutes remaining. Now the question is, can they preserve the shutout? Off the rush, again, nobody doing too much. The boys send one in, but Lau is traded off. Naughty sends one. That one pops up, and he's bailed out by Atkinson. Hines, the unlucky soul, heading off to the side. Bunsel's shot missing. That counter missing as well. Kind of high. Sometimes if there's a bit of fatigue or the moisture on the hands, those things sail. Low shot, skipping low instead of sailing. Lascano's ball just missing as Low sidesteps it, twisting out of the way. Barber releasing, retreating. Doki talking things over. Young making the call. That ball skipping short of the intended target. And Descend now lets a few go. And those return shots as well. Nobody eliminated for the moment. Send hoping to close this out strong. It's going to be a little bit harder without Barber. Saw that ball coming late. Couldn't get his blocker out in front of it. And now Doki boys coming on up to try and even that player count down a little bit. 5 members of Ascend still on the court. Just a little bit of time left on the clock, 20 seconds and change. Both teams want to get some eliminations before we get to no blocking. Ellis tagged out in a long-range bomb that was probably intended for one of the players in front of him. Nice grab. Naughty trying the curveball, but it did not fool the target. I believe that was Lung making the catch. And we're going to get to no blocking. Bit of a flurry before that, and that's going to be it. No blocking. Match result not in question. The only question is the final score. I guess the sub-question. Can Ascend get themselves on the board? We still have 3 players out there. Low, Atkinson, and Bunsell. Meanwhile, Lascano, Young, and Lau still out there for Doki. Hoping to preserve the shutout. Coming close on the feet of Atkinson. Low skips that one short, maybe thinking about the ball he wanted to pick up. Things are chill for the moment. Atkinson steps into that, a return shot missing. Everybody's still alive so far in this no blocking period. Young with a bit of play calling again. Offensive shot, this time it's Lau letting it go. That try from Bunsell missing. Atkinson does finally connect, getting Young out. A try from Bunsell misses. Low tagged out by Lascano. Atkinson hit out on a graze. Doki boys threatening to close out this shutout. Bunsell calls for the 3rd ball in from the sideline. Lets it go for an attempt at a trade. Happens. Lascano caught in a dangerous spot, not able to make that catch. Bunsell tries to find a second, not able to do it. Young takes the shot, but Bunsell this time tagged. I think both of those connecting. So shutout preserved. Doki boys victorious. And Ascend will take the loss. Hard fought on many moments, but they ended up outmatched in this one. And so coming up next on this court, we're going to see an All-American matchup, Shred versus Fortune. That'll be coming up at the next match in the men's division of the Kickoff 2024 Dodgeball Toronto Tournament. Hi folks, Terry Thrasher back with you for another match. This time we've got the All-American matchup between Fortune, who is now missing Bill Fisher, having sent his heels onto the back line, and Shred. Yeah, an inauspicious start for Fisher. Shred looked very strong when we saw them last. Fortune, very strong team as well. All Seattle area. Just like last time, we see Lucas Boyle in one corner, Ruan Chappell in the other. Boyle stepping into that throw. Barbeau absorbs the pressure. And Boyle tagged out. Lucas heads to the side. And Lyons looks like he was out as well. So, okay, some good shots coming out. And speaking of good shots, Chappell taking out Giovenco. And stepping into that one again, Chappell trying to find another. Shred surviving that, stepping forward. Nice block in the air by Williams. Extra ball in hand, they come to the line. Fernandez lets it go. Cruz was hoping for the catch, but that ball gets all the way over. Lucas, the first hit out, and the second hit out, wearing the ball retriever penny. Somebody get over and help that team. Shag. Xander Simos lurking up there at the line along with Shota Barbeau. And Chappell takes a long-range throw. Fortune denied the benefit of an extra ball while that one was rolling down the sideline. This ball, all right, we had a red one from one of the diagonally far away courts, hence a bit of the confusion. Shred coming up, and they miss toward Williams. Okay, Barbeau, a victim. And now Shred coming back up to the line.
My producer is gone, otherwise I just give you a headset now, once he comes back.
Okay, right up to the line, Fortune able to connect. And so now Shred just down to 2. We haven't seen them in this position very often, but Wheeler and Simos got some work to do. Simos happy to do it. Taking out Fernandez. Wheeler now stepping up, looking for Williams. No, it just backs off. Thinks better of it. And I think there's a bit of, well, they're swapping out a ball now. Maybe a bit of a rip. Maybe a bonus ball came from somewhere, because actually both sides have 3 in hand now. Wheeler is just providing cover. I think Simos elects to take it. A little bit of a flurry of fakes out of him before he finally lets it go. Simos is threatening again from the back, but Fortune. Okay, they get him. That shot by Chappell doing some good work. And Wheeler's still in it, I think. And I think we're waiting on the count here. Everybody's coming in. And Wheeler gets grazed, so first point going Fortune's way. And I am going to welcome onto the mic a very special guest, Michael Laziak.
Hey Terry, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's nice to have you here, providing some of that dodgeball veteran insight.
I hope so. Yeah, I did the math the other day. I played my first competitive tournament in 2005, so it's been almost 19 years now of competitive dodgeball.
Wow.
So hopefully I can bring some kind of insight to the table.
Yeah, I would hope so. You've been at this for a while. You've won some national championships, some world championships.
Yeah. The way I look at it, I think I'm the worst player in the world to ever win 5 national championships.
We're going to fact check that because that sounds like an interesting claim. And yeah, so we've got an All-American match in front of us here, Fortune and Shred. How well do you know these players?
Yeah, I'd say fairly well. Fortune, I've seen them play a lot. I've had the pleasure of playing against them a few times. And man, are they frustrating to play against. One thing I'm going to say to look out for that Fortune does, I think, better than any other team is the 3-ball counters. They love to keep 3 balls on defense, and they love to use them. And that's something I think is underutilized today. I see a lot of teams keep 3 balls on defense, and then they just they're patient and wait out the attack. But that's a great opportunity to kind of let loose, you know? You've got the other team at the attack line. You know at least one of them is going to be ballless, either rush or counter. That's something that Fortune does extremely well, so I think we should watch out for that.
Yeah, and we actually just saw a good example of that as they sent 2 of the balls that they had on defense out of the 3, and they did manage to get 1 hit off Shred.
Yeah.
I do think you're right. A lot of times teams, when they have 3 on defense, they might give a green light to 1 player, something like that.
I see, and whereas I think with Fortune is Lucas kind of calls the shots on this team, and I see him sometimes give multiple green lights. You know, he'll say, hey, everyone has permission to go on this. You don't have to, but anything you see, you can take. And then whatever that means for him, you know, it means he's going to hold, or if he sees something too. But yeah, I think that's something they do really well. They've got so many different types of players on this team. Like, I don't want to say role players because I don't want to take anything away from any of these guys. They're all good, but they're all just so different. I look at a guy like, I think his name's Dillamora. Great hands, all kinds of curveballs. I've only played against him a handful of times, but he's always a guy that's on that you've always got to watch out for because he's got a quick release, and he can get you in so many different ways.
Yeah, I feel like I can see what you mean out of Fortune. A lot of different, like you said, skill sets maybe on that team. Not a team where you can plug anyone into any role necessarily, but they can all play their roles in different ways.
Yeah, totally, exactly. And you don't see that on a lot of teams, you know. A lot of teams are thrown together, and it's a lot of good players. And I always love watching those teams play against teams that are have been playing together for a while, so you can kind of see, like, what's more important, having chemistry and knowing your teammates, or figuring out your teammates on the fly and being able to adapt to what they want to do.
Yeah, because I believe this Shred team, I don't think they consistently play together. Like, obviously, a lot of these folks have played together. We even saw some of them at the mid-season tournament last year in the GTA. But as far as I know, they don't regularly play together. So maybe a little bit of what you're talking about. A lot of talent, obviously, but maybe a little bit more like figuring things out on the fly.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you nailed it. And I think it's always fun to watch. I always think of it kind of like in hockey when, you know, you had the USSR team who trained exclusively together and would practice exclusively together. And then when they played, you know, a bunch of NHL players who were thrown together for like Team Canada, Team USA, kind of similar styles. But you're right. I know all these guys on Shred, and I'm interested to see how well they can work together. I mean, a lot of them I've seen on Team USA. I know Frankie Giannetto from the old days of UDC and Team Awesome. And Sean Wheeler as well from it was Brick Squad at the time. It's about over a decade ago now when I met him for the first time. He was good then and he's good now. They were their first season of UDC. They went as Ray Lewis, which is a funny name. I think it was the name of I might be wrong, but a name of a defensive player in the
Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens, and they were yeah. I mean, funny name, but they were a great team. We met them in the quarterfinals. We went as the Canucketeers. And we beat them in a close one. And then they came back the next year as the Brick Squad and just hammered us in the round robin. Such a good team. And they continue to be a good team for the next many years. And Frankie Giannetto was, of course, on Team Awesome from Philadelphia at all those same tournaments.
With the 2 of the Giovincos?
Yeah, 2 of the Giovincos. And then Little Gio, as I know him, or Jeff Giovinco, was playing on their number 2 team.
Right.
And he was great. He made one of the most impressive catches I've ever seen in my life, which, as dodgeball goes, conveniently was never on video, which you don't see much nowadays. This is in the olden days when not every match was recorded. That one ball was rimming around high on behind him, so he turned around, turned his back to the throwing team, jumped up to grab this ball that was already on his side, one of the throwers saw he wasn't looking, threw it, and that ball landed right in his hands. I've never seen anything like it. I'll never see anything like it again. Just incredible.
Yeah, interesting moments sometimes. It just circumstances just create those moments.
Yeah. Yeah.
And okay, looks like. See, I love the honesty there. I thought it could have been a block, but just saying like, no, got my forearm on the way down.
You love to see it.
Yep.
What's his name again?
No idea, because he's wearing Wheeler's shirt.
Yeah. Okay. You know, it's funny. I've played with them. I went to Arizona last year and played with you know, Ketchum and Perez and Dylan Odin Clark and him, and it was just like kind of like a practice night, a rec night, and I just remember getting blown up for 2 hours straight.
Wow.
The talent on these guys on their home turf was unbelievable. I was trying my hardest, and it seemed like they were just having fun and touring with me, but great experience. But he's got, I wish I knew his name, he's got a great quick release with a little bit of a tail on it that, you know, when it's coming at you, it kind of looks like it rises.
Yeah.
Jason Murray does the same thing, Jeff knows sometimes.
Kendall Smith, I think we're.
Thank you. Kendall Smith is his name. Yeah. Love to watch him, hate to play against him. Kendall Smith.
I do find a lot of these top American players do have just excellent arms. And I wonder if that's just like baseball being a culturally bigger sport there. Like more people grow up watching, playing baseball. A lot of people end up in this sport. Maybe they've got a background in another throwing sport.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm very curious to see. I wish I could see, you know, how far these kids went in Little League.
Yeah. I know, you see the skill set here, and you think they might have been able to do a lot. But
so you've probably watched more live dodgeball than probably any person on the planet.
Seen a lot.
What do you think of this Fortune team?
Well, like you said, I kind of like that their skill set is so varied, and you can't, other than arguably, I'd say, maybe not even that arguably, Lucas, I don't think you'd say that they play through a single player. I don't know if they've defined strategies that capitalize on strengths. Chappell there has been a very solid aggressive corner many times. Fisher with that unorthodox release.
Oh, unbelievable. You know, he's got such a great range of motion in his throw. I wish I had that on his backswing. He's got this great release. And his ball tails a little bit, so it's so hard to read. You don't see him getting caught very often.
And I think because his delivery is a bit unorthodox for people who are just used to reading someone's body language as they're winding up, it's that much harder. And there we see it right on the money. It did hit a blocker, or at least a ball resting in front of Cruz there.
It's still a perfect throw. You're right, it's so hard to read because you just don't see other throws like that. You don't know how to read that ball. And they're right winger in the baseball hat. I've watched him play many times, also don't know his name.
It is Williams, I believe, Jordan Williams.
Jordan Williams. He's an interesting guy to watch. He's got this great split-legged in the air dodge, which he uses. I don't want to say he uses it too much because it works. Yeah. And he knows how often he's using it. But it's so hard to hit a guy when he does that, because when you jump in the air and you tuck your legs in, you're still sort of a ball that would be coming at your head is now coming at your feet. But when you split your legs like he does, there's this huge gap just below your groin that in order to get hit, someone would have to aim so high and so outside to hit your legs. It just doesn't happen that often. So you see a few guys who do that, and it works. And the other thing he does so well, in my opinion, is he jumps late, right? You see a lot of people who jump, and they telegraph that they're going to jump, so the throwers can make a last second, you know, adjustment in their throw, aim high. But because he jumps so late, Joel Jordan does that as well. Yeah, it's hard to read, because if a guy knows you're jumping, he's going to hit you most of the time. But if you time it well, hard to hit.
I think that's exactly it. At this level of play, when you have people who know to be patient, when they can adjust that shot, and they know, like, he's in the air, I'm going to do that, or I'm going to wait till he lands, go for where his feet have to go. So if you can time that evasive move to the moment when that throw starts coming in, like when they hit a commitment point on their throw, pretty important. And some players have quick releases enough. You mentioned Mergler, of course. That's one of the most frustrating things I find about playing against him, is his release is so fast that there's no way I can time that, at least. Other people, the releases are so odd that it can throw up your defensive options, but
yeah, there's like this sweet spot, right, in the timing, and you have to learn the guys you're playing against and how quick their release is. I hate playing against Jason for that same reason. It's like I have to adjust all my timing a little bit quicker when I'm playing with him or against him, because you know he can just get that throw off so quickly.
Yeah, no one else releases the ball quite like him, so it's very specific. If you learn to play against him, it's like you're learning it just to play against him specifically.
That's right. That's not a transferable skill.
Yeah. And so here, I'm curious what they're talking about, because it looked to me like Dylan Cruz made a catch on a ball, setting a ball in front of him. So maybe the talk is whether that ball came in and maybe grazed the one that was sitting in front of him. That's the only thing I can think of for them to be discussing, because it was a very clean catch. So as long as it got to him cleanly, I feel like he should be in good shape. But he is out there alone, so I think they're saying no catch.
Gotcha.
It's always hard to tell what we think the refs are talking about in those moments. We need a, Lucas just with that nice little, okay, here it is, kind of grab. So
fell into his lap. You don't see that often with Dylan Cruz. He's got a power arm. He likes to show it off. But this is one of those moments where you're kind of in the backcourt. The other team has a ball or two. You know if you come up to the line, they're going to be able to rush you and you can't defend yourself. So you sometimes see that. Some guys are better at it than others. Kalen Esterbrook is the guy who can throw a ball from the backcourt, full court, and it can still have some steam. But sometimes it is better to throw from the backcourt and miss rather than to go all the way up to the line where they can rush you with two and almost guaranteed get a kill. You're almost better off staying at the back line, letting them come to you where they're more hittable.
Yeah, and we see a lot more players, instead of taking the shot from all the way at the back, they'll come up maybe halfway, maybe to the clear line roughly, let it go so they have more defensive space. But you're exactly right. If you're facing down two corners, oh, there we go, nice grab. Kendall Smith, I think.
Yeah, I think. Great throw by Fisher. He put it outside.
Yeah.
Smith just got his fingertips on it, deflected it up.
And that's just it, keeping it off body, so important with these players, but they still sometimes are going to make the grabs. So
yeah.
De La Mora, previously mentioned, is out there. Let's a curving shot go towards Simos, but he hops out of the way.
Fortune's been great at setups this game. You can tell how in sync their timing is. They don't pump at the exact same time, because if you all pump at the same time, you're not really setting each other up. You want a split second between each pump fake to kind of get guys moving, set your teammates up, and you see how well they do it there. 2 pump fakes, and then the third swing is when Lucas comes in for the kill.
Yeah, I think when teams are learning to coordinate, doing everything at the same time makes sense, but really it is better, as you say, if you stagger the timing a little bit so that anybody reacting to one thing is going to be a bit off balance or looking the wrong way for the next thing. I think that's one of the best things you can work toward. And you can't stagger it too much, because if I can look at one person doing something and then have time to look at the second person doing something, then you might as well have only had one person do something.
Exactly. You got to try to find that sweet spot.
And I do agree, Fortune seems very practiced at this stuff. That ball curving in outward toward Barbeau.
Great throw, great block.
Yeah, he read it, I think late, still got that blocker to knock it out of the way. Simos, great tag onto Chappell.
Simos is so lethal. You know, he's got a few different curveballs. He's got the quick release. And you know he can make catches, so he's a guy you have to target. And we are seeing Fortune target him, as they should be, but just not connecting.
Yeah, at Worlds, we saw Simos making some point blank, like just reaction catches. And he's got those quick hands. Some of the young players with those quick hands, it's hard to, and he's energetic when he's firing on all cylinders too, so it's hard to deal with him.
Yeah. Great throw by Lucas, cross court.
Lucas really steps into most of those throws, but he still disguises where it's going pretty well.
Yeah.
Like the quick counter out of Barbeau, but he does miss. And yeah, I think Chappell there is a player on the sideline, not wearing the ball retrieval penny. You got to be all official about it. So if you handle that ball as a player who's not wearing the penny, it goes right over to the other team. You get a little verbal talking to from Matty Garcia-Silveira.
You're going to get in trouble.
He's got a stern face as a ref. Look how intent he is, too. Lucas Boyle popping back up. Fortune still has 3 out there. And
I thought he got out of the way. Looks like the refs are calling him out. Pretty honest guy. If it did hit him, there's, maybe it clipped his shorts. But I know if he felt it, he's the kind of guy who's going to go out every time.
And of course, like, we know that it can get you, and you might not feel it or hear it, but that is what the refs are there to do. And of course, everything I've seen and heard about Lucas Boyle is integrity. And Smith with another grab, very casual looking again. All right, Shred closes it out.
Yeah, Shred did a great job on defense there. They were making catches. They were staying alive. I think 2 catches by Smith that game, I believe.
And I think in both cases, he was doing the smart thing. If he wasn't a target out front, but he was staying in a good position where one of those people ahead of him was targeted, he was there in a good spot to at least look for the catch. So I've often heard that called shadowing or whatever else. But I think if you don't have a ball, you should still be aware of how you should be available to make a play.
Wow.
Oh, nice grab by Fisher.
What a catch and kill by Fisher.
And so somebody's saying maybe Fisher's ball was caught first.
I thought he got a kill with his first throw.
I thought so too.
I think he got Frankie.
Well, whatever.
You mentioned shadowing or shadow catching or whatever you want to. Backfielding, I think Cam Rannikin calls it. And Cam is a guy who makes it look so easy. And it's funny, you watch on the stream and it looks easy, deceivingly easy. I know you know from experience, it is not easy to catch even a full court throw from a lot of these guys.
Even when you see it coming, you see which way it might be curving, you're just like, I've got this. And it just, wow. Fisher tracks it down, does get tagged, but worth, I'd say. I think he secured that in time.
I thought he got it. Looks like Xander disagrees.
Yep.
See what the refs say. I think they're calling. I can't tell if they're calling.
Yeah, I don't think they gave him the catch there. No. Good effort, even if it wasn't. And then Xander Simos is hit out. He spins out of bounds gracefully. Long range shot. Lions not able to secure that. And Cruz setting up shop from near the back line. We have seen him throw from the back. Like you said, he's got such a good arm. He's not afraid to use it in these situations. And he's going to have to try and do that now as he's alone. He's got a lot of extra balls, though.
I'm going to say he's going to look for a catch. No.
Oh, looks for the back line.
So, Shred, Fortune. Any idea how these teams came up with their names or what they mean?
You know, Shred, I have no idea. I don't really know those guys super well, unfortunately. You know what, Fortune? I think I've asked Bill before, and I don't remember what the story was.
It's funny. I think I've also asked Bill, and I remember them fishing around with a few different names. I heard a few other names, and I remember thinking, oh, it's a cool name. I do like Fortune.
I kind of like that it's not like a lot of men's teams just have these like comically aggressive one-word abstract concept names.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that Fortune's a bit more, I don't know, optimistic.
I agree. It's creative. My theory is that all men's dodgeball teams have names that sound like they could be pre-workouts.
Yeah, that's right.
Havoc, Rampage, Fury.
You'd see it in the store and be like, I'll try. I'll try that Shred.
Yeah, I'll try that, yeah.
We did see Williams making a good long-range catch, and then he foils Xander Simos' effort to do the same, so Fisher back out there. I also like the Fortune jersey, this checker pattern. Not something I think I've seen on any other teams.
Nor have I, yeah. I'm interested. I almost feel like Fortune, that could be a team from Las Vegas or something, you know?
Yep, would make sense. Shred connecting in a high-intensity point there. And they do take it. They're only down by 1, 4-3. But we also only have about 30 seconds left, so let's see if they line it up. No, they're going to go into no blocking. And so Shred's going to be playing for the tie. Fortune's going to hope to hang on. Off the rush, Shred has often been the more aggressive team. They do let one go. Fortune still deciding what they're going to do. Working out those plans. And they go in toward Giovenko. Or was that Smith?
I've got to think Fortune's got the advantage in sudden death for the reason that they know each other's tendencies. They've been playing together longer. And you kind of get to know how your teammates, respond in sudden death. Great catch by Lions.
Nice grab. Wheeler stepping into one, testing Lions again. Lions was able to bring back Lucas Boyle, which is always a big bring back.
That is an important one. Lions is a tough guy to play against. I played with him against him I think last year in the Seattle tournament, and he's just a great grinder. You know what? Like puts himself in the right spot. He's a hard guy to kill. And if you let your guard down, he's the guy that's going to come for you.
That good all-around skill set that we've seen out of him so far. No blocking allowed. And actually being played pretty reserved compared to what I was sort of expecting.
They both dialed it back a little bit.
Okay, nice shot, and it's another 1-for-1. Lukas heads off to the side. Wheeler, Cruz, and Barbo still out there for shred. Wheeler lets one go and connects. Taking out Lions. Fisher fishing a little bit for that catch. He pulls the hands back in time. Long range try from Barbeau, maybe a little ill-advised. Williams was looking right at him.
Great catch. You know, he went both knees on the ground, tucked that ball in, it came in low. Great reaction.
Yeah, very aware of what might happen in that situation. Wheeler tagged out, and that's going to clinch it. Fortune connecting with Cruz as well on the opposite side. They take a hard-fought match over shred.
Well played by both teams. It seems like Shred was the more aggressive team, but Fortune was able to weather the storm. I felt like they were a little bit more conservative at the right times, and they used their patience well.
Yeah, I feel like they absorbed the pressure really well. They know how to play defense in the way that suits their skill set. And yeah, like you said, they weathered the storm here and end up taking a 5-3 win. And so that'll do it for this All-American match. And we've got more men's action coming soon. I just have to find a schedule again. Okay, it's going to be Elite versus Future. So
an all-Canadian matchup.
Yeah, another pair of top teams. There are a lot of, I was like, who am I going to call a medal favorite in this? There are actually quite a few teams that I can see it being a gold for them. So
many contenders. You got Future, who was the bronze medal team at Nationals 2 years ago, I believe, beating out, or were they fourth place over New Era? Yeah, sorry. New Era was bronze. Future was fourth place in 2022.
Yeah, and Elite out of Toronto, pretty much. I mean, it's a bit of a mix, but they've got a lot of well-established talent on that team.
I think every one of their players is a Team Canada player from last year, except for Guy Armston, who was the national champion last year. So loaded with talent.
Yep. And so we will take a short break before that next match starts, but we'll do it soon. So we hope you'll all stay with us here at the Dodgeball Toronto 2020 kickoff tournament. Welcome back for more dodgeball action. Terry Thrasher here with Michael Laziak one more time. At least one more time.
All right, made the cut. Thank you for having me once again.
And yeah, we've got another match, as we were saying before, with some strong teams. We got Elite DC in the black and orange, and on the far side, from where we sit at least, it's Future in the black and a few other colors.
Yeah, we have two very strong teams here. I mean, DC Elite, you've got, like we were talking about before, every one of these players was on Team Canada last year, except for Guy Armsden, who was the national champion, so loaded with talent. And at the same time, we have Future. Future has been expanding their repertoire a little bit, playing in tournaments all over Canada and even into the States. These guys are a weapon. Do you have any idea, are they, how did they get together? Were they a volleyball team before? Do you have any background on that?
Oh, I'm not sure. And it's interesting because I think we remember in like 2017, the Alberta teams, I don't know how many of these guys were on those teams, and they've come so far in just a few years of competition. So I feel like their cohesion is really solid. If they have been a team before in some other sport even, that would make sense to me.
It would make a lot of sense, and it seems like they've taken to dodgeball so quickly. Like you said, 2017, they kind of appeared out of nowhere, played in the Alberta national champion or provincial championships, and I remember we had a group chat with Rampage. We were watching this Alberta championship, and I messaged the guys in the semifinals, I think, and I was like, you guys have to see this Future team. Like, these guys are good now, and they're only going to get better. And what stood out to me was that I've never seen them before. Their pump fakes were immaculate. These big, strong pump fakes, all coordinated. And they all threw with movements, right? They had curveballs, and that's usually not something you see guys doing until they've been in the sport for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, a lot of players who've been able to have a lot of success at more recreational levels or like other kinds of competition. A good fastball is super important, but it might be good enough to get the job done for a long time. Then you start playing people who you can never catch unawares, or they're just really, really strong blockers, and those straight shots are easy fodder for them. And now you have to build a tool set that can deal with that too.
Totally, and you're right. And having the ability to throw the curveball messes up their timing, you know, it messes up where they're trying to block. That's really a great way to take to the next level.
But I also find people want to throw the curveball sometimes before they have the fastball. And I do think you need the good, strong fastball first.
I agree. I think you do need the fastball as well.
And Steven Chatterton out there, one of those players, I'm not sure if he really throws a curveball. I think he just sticks to good fundamentals when he's out there and just makes that straight ahead shot work with power and good decision making.
I think you're right. If he does have a curveball, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
He's the kind of, he's one of those guys, you know, I don't think he needs it. He's got a great accurate throw. You know he can catch, and he's one of those guys who's a terrific teammate. You know, he automatically makes everyone around him better. He's gonna sweep for you. He's gonna get you balls. He's gonna survive. He's gonna make a catch or two, and he's gonna set you up on offense. He's just a guy you love to see on your team. You hate to see him on the other team.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing in Dodgeball Toronto with him last season, and on top of all the things you said, he's also very generous with constructive feedback. And he did face tough odds there against like most of the Future squad, but just to continue that point, he's very good with constructive feedback. If he knows you're open to it, he will deliver it in a just like concise and friendly way. And it's interesting, when I started playing Dodgeball, he was one of the people who, just watching his neutral face, I was like, oh, it seems he's upset at what happened. Yeah. But he's not upset at what happened. Just a classic example of resting cranky face, I guess.
That's a good way to put it, and you're totally right. He looks like a guy who's mean. He looks like a guy who's gonna beat you up after the game, but he's one of the nicest guys. And I like hearing that he's good with constructive feedback. I mean, yeah, just another testament to the kind of teammate this guy is.
Yeah, and I think a lot of top teams, they've got that chemistry worked out. I think Elite's been building that as they've been intact for about a year and a half now, trying to build this particular mix of people. Dongan on this team, after having been on Northern Touch forever, he's branching out a bit now.
Yeah, a little bit surprised to see that when it happened, but the more I thought about it, the more it makes sense. He's a competitive guy. You know, must have been looking for a change. I mean, Northern Touch is one of the longest standing teams in the sport. They've been around since trampoline dodgeball. I mean, they've been around at least 11, 12 years, and they're still a competitive team. And maybe Dongan looking for something different, but you can tell that with Elite, they've given him a huge role. He's a big part of their offense. He's usually one of their wingers, and he's been doing well for them. There he gets a kill right there. Now one on 3. It's going to be a tall order.
Yeah. Elite able to get a couple of outs in that last scramble, but Future doing so well at staying alive. They've got some excellent blocking, excellent movement on their dodging. We're seeing them just move, like commit to some kind of move, and with that timing you talked about before. Good staggered timing of the fakes and throws.
You know what? You're right. They do move a lot, and most teams, you know, you have a few guys who are quick and agile, move left and right and up and down a lot. It's pretty rare when everyone on your team does it this well.
And I also like they even have some of the fakes and some of the releases are a mix of like overhand, 3/4 arm angles, and side arms. And that kind of just adds another extra little layer. Dongan getting a hit though, and not able to block that incoming shot just before he could get properly into that defensive setup.
So you see Coach Mark Zarabi talking a lot about on the sidelines. What do you think he brings to this Future team?
A red shirt. Well, he's pretty experienced too. I mean, you've played with Mark quite a bit on Rampage and Crunch in the old co-ed tournament days. I think Mark does approach the game in a way that's a little bit aggressive at times. And I think he really believes in the talent on the team. I heard him saying to his team at one point, hey, we gave them that point. They didn't earn it from us. So I think he really wants his teams to play in a way that lets them set the tempo.
Okay.
And I think as well, I mean, Mark obviously brings, I still think Toronto is basically the dodgeball crucible of the main crucible in Ontario. And so Alberta is developing extremely well. And they have their own skill sets, of course. But I think for them, it's probably nice to benefit from somebody who's seen so much as Mark has in this Toronto area and with some involvement in the national program.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's always good to have new perspectives. I'm interested to see how his leadership style does with this team. I know he's been with them for, I don't know, maybe close to a year now.
Yep, I think that's right. He's been, seen him post to Instagram from out in Alberta a few times. I think he's very friendly with the Baiters, among other folks out there.
Nice. Got Mike Koo playing left wing for this Future team. He was a Team Canada athlete last year. Strong throw, quick release, and he's a guy that's he's patient and can make grabs.
Yeah, Wong doing a great job tracking down a ball off a couple of pop-ups. Oh, but Elite not willing to let that deter them as they just keep that pressure up and they connect a few times.
Estabrooks is a guy I think if you're Elite, you've got to keep him going. You know, certain guys you want to keep hot, you want to get him cold. I think the offense for Elite has got to run through Kalen.
Yeah, in terms of arm talent, he's one of the best in this tournament. And so trying to, not to say obviously that there are any slouches on that Elite team, of course, but I think when you have such a special talent as Estabrooks' arm, one way to play sometimes is play in a way that's going to give him space to use it as often as he can.
Right.
That ball is assaulting the production staff.
That's right. You want him to feel like he has some freedom on the court, that he can be creative, that he can go a little bit outside of the box if he needs to. You don't want to try to box him in.
All right, now after a bunch of scrambly play, Elite did lose a couple. So Dongan and Sakura out there for Elite. Oh, well-placed shot just under the blocker, and Dongan heads out.
To beat a guy who's holding two balls, no matter who he is, that's always a tough shot. Dongan was in a great position. It was just a perfect throw.
And Joshua Sakura, Team Canada veteran since, I think, 2017. Out there alone. He's so quick laterally. And we see some good quickness the other way, and they send a shot in. They miss him. He's scrambling around on the ground. Ooh, corrals that ball, just barely avoids going out of bounds.
He's so quick on his feet. One of the best dodgers out there. If I'm Josh in this game, I'm probably thinking I want to hit them both when they're at the attack line.
Yeah. He often does that for Team Canada. If they have one ball and the other side has five, he's often that guy playing out high, very willing to try and force a moment where he thinks that somebody's exposed. Maybe they're drawn too far back on the wind-up. He's very good at spotting those and taking them. And like you said, taking that shot pretty aggressively. And the refs say that was a graze, so I think that's Sean Cheem heading off to the side. Didn't love the call. People never do in those moments, but appreciate that they respect the ref's word and head out.
You know what? When one of your teammates gets called out on a call they don't agree on, when you're the last guy in the court, like you're like in Mike Ku's position, it makes a difference. The body language and the way that your teammate steps off court. If you're upset and you're making a fuss, it sends the message that your teammate doesn't believe in you. You know what I mean? Whereas like I think the guy who's
Ku closes that one out. Sakura getting lifted up by his teammates now. There's some support from teammates.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
And Ku's teammates, of course, celebrating with him. And I agree, there are subtle signals that we can send out sometimes about, you might not mean anything like, I don't believe in my teammate. You might be thinking, hey, it's easier for us if there are two of us against that one player or something like that. But I think you're right. You can, if you're the other person who is on the court, you could take that message away, even if the person heading off didn't intend it. So being mindful about that, one of those little things that can make a difference.
Absolutely. One of the guys I think is the best at that is Jeff Snow. Never upset. I've seen him get called out on, frankly, like some pretty silly calls, but you'd never know it. And when you're on court, you know, your eyes are always forward, but you're kind of subtly listening to what the guys around you are doing and saying. And he's never upset, and it sends the message, you know what, that no matter what happens, he believes in the team is going to win, no matter what, with or without him. So that's, I think, one of the keys to success for that I've had with Jeff.
I mean, you can never tell what's going on in his head, period, based on his facial expressions.
That's
so
right.
Noted for that. Armston absorbs a couple shots. Armston, who's got some really good curveballs as well. Big release and a big throw, but he's also a bit of a big target out there sometimes. I've seen him make a lot of great catches, but
yeah, he has phenomenal hands for a big guy, and that's good to have because, I mean, he is a great arm, and he's a guy that you want to target early because, you know, he's scared with all his curveballs.
And Future getting maybe some insight. Again, Ravi will have some input into target selection since he's so familiar with this elite side. Maybe feeding some of that Future's way. And they're just whittling everybody down. Now it's just Eric Ceruto out there.
I'm going to guess Eric's going to make one of these. He's going to go for a catch now, and I think he's, you know what? Eric Ceruto is a guy I never get tired of talking about. I remember first ever WDBF World Championship was in Malaysia after Hong Kong, which was hot. There's a tournament in Hong Kong, North America versus Hong Kong All-Stars, and the next week was in Malaysia for the first ever World Championship. Our team, Eric Ceruto, Manjeet Ram, Savannah Burton, myself, Dan Vladescu, and David Baird, who was actually from Britain, played with us as well. So it was us six. We went to the finals against a very strong Hong Kong team. And Eric Ceruto, I think at that point he was at the top of his game. And what was remarkable was that he was by far, by a country mile, the best player at that tournament. In the finals, there was one game where he was the last guy standing. He made 4 consecutive catches, one after the other, while each one of his teammates came on, including myself, came on and got hit almost immediately. And we still lost that game in that match. But being able to see that firsthand, his catching ability, absolutely incredible. And you could tell the Hong Kong team is unparalleled to anything they had seen. This was our first time playing with these WDBF foam balls. We've been playing with elephant skin until that time. These balls move a little bit less. Great catch there.
Yeah.
I digress.
An attempt to cover by Elite, not quite able to do it, but yep.
Yeah. Anyways, just a testament to Eric Ceruto's ability and the fact that that was 11 years ago now and he's still playing and still at a high level, so you got to give him credit.
Yeah, Ceruto, certainly when I started playing competitively, Ceruto, a legend for the catching, and we've still seen it in the national program for many years. And I think he is still active on this elite team, still a threat. I think he's a bit more of a depth player on this team, the way they tend to use him. But we've seen the skill set, and he's often been such a good teammate for people as well.
I think you're exactly right. The leadership he brings and the calmness. A lot of teams get excited, and how can you not, right? You're playing elite talent. It's scary. No one wants to get hit with balls. But when you have a guy like Ceruto who's so calm all the time, who's been to every level of World Championships, who's won at every level he's played at, just to have his presence there, I think makes a big difference.
All right, 3-on-3. Elite still on the hunt for their first point. And they're running low on players. Eng the only one out, but still only facing 4. Sorry, on 1 for Future, who does have 4 points on the board.
I'm going to give the advantage to Ken Ing on this. National champion. The guy's unbelievable, phenomenal. He's so hard to hit. I think he's one of the hardest guys to hit because of how low he gets when he goes for blocks. He's got a good quick release. Not a typical guy you'd consider a catcher, but he does make catches.
Yep.
But I just think just because of how hard he is to hit, and I know because I play against him in practice, or at least I used to all the time, he's a very frustrating guy to throw balls at.
Yep. I think he's got that that skill set of evasiveness down pat. And on the other side, we're going to see Nicholas Hui do the work to try and keep the shutout alive for Future.
So 4-0 game. Elite.
Ooh. Coming close.
Elite is a team that no one underestimates. These guys are good. They know it. Everyone knows it. Down 4-0. What are you seeing? What do you think they need to do to put things in the right direction?
I think they're usually at their best when they're pushing the pace, when they're able to win those scrambles. So I actually think it's hard when the other team's hanging really well with them or even getting the better of them sometimes in those scrambles. And I'm not actually sure whether I think that means Elite should try slowing down sometimes, because I don't think that matches the temperament and the skill set of their team too much. I think that they may just need to find ways to, I don't know, stay calm enough in the scrambles to take advantage of those messy situations. But, you know, and obviously connecting on clean throws like that'll help as Bader heads off to the side.
I think you're right. Sometimes it's just a matter of staying cool-headed, but still getting into those chaotic moments. You don't want to have to avoid the chaos. You want to be able to comfortably navigate it.
Yeah, some teams want to sort of absorb the chaos and settle things down. Some teams want to play in that chaos. And I do think Elite wants to play in that when they're at their best. But they're missing, and I do see sometimes the body language gets a little frustrated a little easily with some of their players. And so I think reining that in, an important part of what the leadership and coaching on that team can do. You know, Ian Randall is over there wearing the ball retriever pinny, acts as coach for this team, sometimes plays on the court as well.
If you didn't say it, I was going to. It's body language on Elite is probably the first place I would start. You can tell what the score is at any time without even looking at the scoreboard, because when they're down, you can see it. Guys are slouching, guys are throwing their hands up, guys are not communicating. I think, you know what, you've got to live or die for each other regardless of the score. I think they've got to communicate a little more. You know what, just keep our heads up. One thing we did well on Rampage when we won our last championship, we had this thing where we would just try to touch as much as possible.
Right.
Whether we're on court, whether we're in a huddle, we would literally just touch each other's hands, touch each other's arms, because the physical touch, it just reminds everybody, hey, we're in this together, win or lose.
Yep.
I think Elite could maybe use some of that mentality.
Yeah, and whatever works for each team, because that might end up looking a bit different and feeling a bit different on the team, but it isn't just about what's happening in each match. Even if a match is out of reach, and this one with 4 minutes left is essentially out of reach, there's still, if you've got a future as a team together, there are going to be future tournaments, and all of you are going to remember some of those moments from old tournaments and how well you hung together as a crew, how well you supported each other. It's not just about the athletic moments, it's also about some of those emotional moments.
That's exactly it, and I think that's probably even more important than what we think of the big moments, right? Like, sure, winning championships is great, but a decade later, what you're really going to remember is how much fun you had and how much fun it was to, like, go to war with your buddies.
Yeah, and sure it's feeling a little bit uncomfortable for Elite right now. It's Sakura connecting on one, playing with that energy we've seen before. Ceruto did get out somehow. I admit I didn't see it.
He got nicked a little bit.
Okay.
I think his hair. But that's when Josh is at his best, right? He's got a ball. He's at the attack line. You've got those little moments where one of you's got to do something. If you're Josh, I think that's where you're going to succeed most of the time.
Yeah, he knows how to play well when the margin for error is slim. He's a good performer that way. And even now as he's hanging back, we know that he is very energetic, very explosive in his movements, but he does get grazed there. And I'm not sure if he's limping a little bit.
I was wondering that myself. It looks like his tempo with his steps is off a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has a prior knee injury, but knowing dodgeball players, there's always an ACL or MCL problem.
All the joints are under stress all the time, it seems like.
You saw after that last point, Miles and Ken immediately coming over to just to pick him up, right? They can tell he's feeling down. He's sort of, my understanding is at least, you know, Josh is sort of their motivational coach, right? He gets guys amped up, gets guys excited, and you can see they want to support him back. So you have to see it.
Sometimes the hype guy on the team needs some hype support from the other teammates. So yeah, I do like to see that support from the team. Also interesting on this team, there are quite a few players playing in long sleeve jerseys, something I find quite uncomfortable, to be totally honest, but.
Yeah, you know what? I don't like the feeling of it. I've never liked it, but I've always found that I've always felt like I play better with long sleeves for some reason.
Huh.
And I've tried analyzing it. Maybe there's something to do with the fact that, you know, my forearm is hidden. Maybe you can't see what kind of, you know, throw I have coming. I don't know. Maybe that's all nonsense, but.
Something's hard to explain. And so Elite's gonna try and secure at least 1 point before this ends. They do lose Armston, but Adam Bader hit out as well. Bader, who's done a lot of work for Dodgeball Alberta.
Bader, another Team Canada guy.
Yep. Big arm.
Big arm. You often see him targeted first, and you know what's frustrating for him. But he's targeted first because he's such a big arm, right? It's sort of a compliment. One of my very first great captains, Dave Kuttner, he always used to say, dodgeball's interesting because the best player on each team doesn't get to play.
Yep.
And that's usually the way it was back then, you know, like you would go all out against the team's best player, take him out, they would take your best player out, and then you would just play dodgeball. Nowadays, everyone's a little bit better. It doesn't quite go that way anymore, but when guys are targeting you first, it's frustrating for sure.
Yep.
But you just have to remember, you know who they're not targeting?
Yeah, exactly.
All your teammates. You're protecting your teammates indirectly by being the first guy they're throwing at.
And Estabrooks finally has some space to show off how dangerous that arm can be. He's been able to get some kills in this match. And he's just facing Chiam now.
Sean Chiam, he's no slacker. This guy's good, but Kalen's, man, oh man, is Kalen a tough guy to go up against.
Yeah, he lets go with no ball in hand, though, and he's going to have to play on defense with nothing in hand yet. And that one pops up, it's gone. He tries to sneak out a throw before that ball knocks him out, but he's down. And Future securing that last point. Really, really strong performance. I don't think anybody would have guessed it would reach 7-0 in this matchup for either team.
Surprising. Yeah, give it to Future. They came with a plan, and they've executed perfectly. They've been doing very well in those chaotic moments. They're not afraid to die in exchange for taking a life. Kudos to Shade and Mark for coaching, and kudos to all these players. I mean, their Future's clearly a weapon in this tournament. Great match with the Mavs earlier. It looks like there's not a lot of teams that can stop these guys. I'm excited to see what happens in playoffs.
Yeah, based on performance so far, you got to think that they are one of those gold medal favorites.
Absolutely.
It finished as a tie, I guess, with Mavericks. Really, really hard-fought matchup that Mavs had to force the tie in sudden death, basically. And now they are looking very dominant against a very strong Ontario team in Elite. They're really putting the talent together with a plan. They've been able to support each other well.
Unbelievable curveball by Guy Armston. Just nicked the outside of Alex Chang, another Team Canada guy.
Yeah, difficult to read those throws from Guy. I wanted to frankify him a little bit there. You know, Estabrooks wants to throw. He's been suppressed well by this Future squad. He steps into that one, but oh, and that one popping away from Lack. Daniel Lalac, another guy, has had some national team experience lately.
Yeah, he's a guy who's in great shape, hard to hit, and just loves to compete.
Yeah, and Estabrooks able to get that final hit, which means they do get one on the board for Elite, but obviously kind of a little too late in this match. But still good for morale. There's more tournament to go. But yeah, give it up for Future. 7-1 victory. I don't think they threw Cody Foley on the court even once either. Not that I recall seeing.
Oh, wow.
Now that I'm thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's another weapon they have, and maybe they can draw on them later.
Might be one of those things, you know, you win a game and you say, hey, let's play it back, same line. And then if you keep rolling, so you keep playing that same line. I know with Rampage and Mavs, there are times when, you know, we've got some of our guys who we think are our best guys, and they start off, we win a game or two, and we say, you know what, just take a seat, we got this. And sometimes you have to roll with it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams, well, some teams will just rotate through everybody, and some teams will try and stay with whatever is really working when they're hot, or they'll try and explicitly mix things up when things go cold a little bit. I do tend to like staying with whatever's working until the other team proves that they can deal with it. So that's my preference, but I don't think there's a single right answer to that.
Yeah, I agree. I think you got to ride the hot hand, and I think you put feelings aside, at least when you're competing to win. If someone's not playing well, I think you put them on the bench. You say, hey, let's get back to practice after this, but for the time being,
yep,
maybe not your tournament.
I had in 2020 Ontario Provincials, I ended up tearing some of the muscles in my forearm, and my throw, because I couldn't squeeze the ball very well, my throw lost a lot of velocity, and I don't think I really realized it until one of my teammates, you know, it can be hard to say to someone sometimes, like, hey, your throw, it's not actually very good right now. So what do you want to do about that? But I didn't appreciate it for a second, and then I was like, okay, well, if he's right, I need to take that into account for the good of the team here, obviously.
Yeah, that's right. You've got to think of the team first, and that's a funny way to. That's about as gentle as you can put it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not so good right now.
And that's going to do it for the round robin of this men's division. So we will have some playoffs, and exactly who you'll see on this court is, of course, going to depend on the seeding. We see Marcus Ravi frantically figuring that out at the tournament computer now. So when we come back, we'll have a playoff match, and we'll find out soon who that'll be. But until then, thank you for joining us. And yeah, Toronto's kickoff tournament 2024. I love it.
Great success so far. Give it to the guys at Dodgeball Toronto, sponsored by The Spot.
Yep, keeping everybody healthy and limber. We hope you join us for the playoffs.
man. I thought you guys were going to be in the top.
I mean, it's a free agent team, basically, so none of us has really played with each other.
Yeah.
I've only ever really played with Dan, but that's it. It was good though.
Are you playing with this team long term? Or is this like a one event and...
Oh yeah, this is like a one event.
Got it.
It's, a couple of guys are from Quebec, I believe, and a couple from Ontario, and then me and Dan.
Yeah. I thought it was, as me and Mitch were talking last night, I don't know why I got the impression that this was like a new mix of stuff. So like, I think it was like 1 a.m. and I was like, yeah, new team.
It's cool. I'm mainly just here for the next.
Yeah. You look good.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff Tournament 2024. We're kicking off the playoffs with a barn burner of a match. Shred out here against Elite. And Terry Thrasher here with Michael Laziak one more time, bringing you all the action.
We are in for a treat with this one. Shred, Elite, two great teams, two medal candidates in this tournament.
How stacked is this tournament that these guys are coming in? It looks like 7th seed for Shred and 10th seed for Elite.
Wow, what a competitive tournament. What do you expect to see from Elite this match?
Well, again, I think so both teams like to play fast a lot of times. I'll be curious to see who decides to play faster, who controls the tempo a bit more. Might be the team that can just kind of take control. We're going to see who's able to assert that quicker pace, I think.
Both these teams coming off of losses in their last game. Those losses can often spark you. You know what? There's nothing worse than going undefeated in round robin and then getting cocky and losing your first match of playoffs. We're not going to see that here. Elite got blown up 7-1. You know they had a conversation. You know they're going to be in it together. Shred lost in sudden death, I believe, in their last one, maybe?
It was really close to Fortune.
Really close.
I think they could have tied it up.
Okay.
And then Fortune got the 2-point win instead.
Right on. I'm expecting Elite to really rally themselves, to come out hard. I think they're going to have a great match. Shred is not an easy team to play against. I expect them to come out with big hits and probably a few catches too.
Yeah, I think, like you said, those losses sometimes can crystallize some of the things that aren't going well for your team, can give you some firm insight on what you want to make sure you don't do in the next match or make sure you do in the next match. So hopefully both teams have had some version of that conversation. Sakura out there alone again. We saw that a couple times in their last loss. Still so light on his feet. Oh, he got grazed. See, that's good body language. He's out. He's showing recognition and appreciation to the other team.
Love to see it. You know what? He's not down on himself. He's like, hey, nice play. You got me this time. I'm going to get you next time. Compliments the guy on a nice curveball.
Yeah,
love to see it.
I always appreciate the respect shown across the line like that. One of the nice things about Dodgeball, I feel like there's a lot of that in the community. Off the rush, Chatterton, no fear on those plays. Although no hit this time either. Well, he is knocked out. That's always one of those roles that can be intimidating under the right circumstances. If you're the player getting the pass back off the rush and the other team got there a little quicker, it's a scary place.
That could be very scary. There's sometimes not much you can do to succeed in that role. Ken Ng not able to find his blocking yet this match. He's got a lot of time to find it. Sometimes when you're facing teams like this with a lot of throwers and a lot of guys who throw movement, watching the ball that's coming at you can sometimes be a detriment to you. I often find sometimes it's better just to get your ball up, make yourself as small as you can behind it, keep your head down, and hope that the ball does the work for you.
So get into like kind of a position for the play to go your way rather than trying to react.
Exactly, because those balls are coming at you so fast. Reacting to it isn't always going to help you when guys are throwing this hard. If anything, keeping your head up, you're just going to be able to watch that ball hit you.
Really close to a back line there, but a line judge shaking his head that the player was not over the line on the Elite side. And they're going to try to close this out. They're still facing 2 on Shred. Actually, I think the first tournament I ever came down to Toronto, my team was doing well out of Ottawa until we faced Crunch. So your squad back in the day. And I remember, ooh, that's a double. I think that got Sakura in the head off of Armsden's chest.
That's a tough bounce.
And, oh, that's really close too. I think he got his leg up before it went out though.
Yeah, I don't think he touched down. You know what, I think Donga's got a real shot at this one. You know he's got a great throw. He's got ball control.
And he's good at catching. If they make a bad choice and think that he's vulnerable, he's very good at making those catches at the mid-body. Ooh, nice timing.
You came up against Crunch after a good round robin.
Good round robin until like one of the last matches, and then I think like you, Jonah, and Cameron drop curves. I'd never seen anyone throw drop curves, and to your point, they were breaking like 5 feet in front of me. So I'd set up. I would think I had the block, and it would just Cam hit me in the groin like 3 times in a row.
Yeah, he does that. Yeah.
And and he chuckled about it during the match, which made me feel even worse. But one thing I loved was I came and asked Crunch players afterward, how do you throw that? And everybody was super nice about just showing me how they throw that. And now it's a staple for me.
I remember you I remember you being lethal with it for a very long time.
And I don't know how long it would have taken me to figure out without the generosity. And I think that's one thing I really like about, certainly in Ontario, I feel like a lot of the dodgeball community will share notes about that kind of stuff. I think strategy, the teams tend to keep it to themselves. But like sometimes just the mechanics of how to make this stuff work or the exercises people have found to perform at this level, that stuff does get shared pretty freely.
That is cool. It is cool that everyone's generous enough to, hey, let me show you how I did that, and they're happy to share it. That's cool to see.
Ooh, Xander Simos hit out Armsden, doing well.
Guy with a nasty curveball. Guy's been on this game. If I'm elite, I'm giving Guy the green light more than usual.
Yeah, because they had him pinned down pretty well. I mean, they had the whole team, like elite was pinned down pretty well in the previous match. Guy didn't get a lot of space to operate. Estabrook didn't get a lot of space to operate either. But now
Shred is giving them a little more space than the last team was. And Guy's the type of guy, when he's hot, when he's hitting, he hits well and consistently. So he is streaky in that sense, and you got to ride him when he's good.
And Shred, like you said, they're giving a bit more space, but here, oh, that ball. I mean, he had to draw something in to try and get that ball. Shred was doing well to just hang out at the line, leave that ball in an awkward spot. Sometimes that might force Elite into just a really, really tough situation. So I like that Eng tried to earn that ball back and did ultimately do so for his team.
Yeah. That's a team move right there.
And he's one of the best players I've seen at the awareness and the execution of those types of moves. So, okay, Barbo hanging out up high at the line, takes out Chatterton, who tries to just make sure he's not an obstacle.
Chatterton taking Giovinco with him. That's the trade.
Again, one of the small things Chatterton did there, he waited till the play had calmed down a bit, and he stayed small, and he went out through the back of the court, making sure he's not obscuring his teammates.
That's right.
One of those little things, but
you never want to step in front of your teammates and, yeah, distract him. Just get out of the court as easily as possible. It doesn't distract your teammates.
Yeah, Chatterton a pro at that. Barbeau tagged out. I think that was Estabrook's ball, finding the mark.
Great setup by Josh and finished by Estabrook. That's a big kill. They've got Wheeler and Cruz left.
Yeah, they got big throws. Oh, and they connect on that one, and avenged by Sakura, though. Cruz is going to be flying solo now. There's the corner's call from Sakura. And what's the call there? A hit. Okay, yep. Cruz confirming it did get him up on the hand. So good point. Elite on the board. 2-1 on the scoreboard.
They looked good that game.
Yep.
They worked together. They were patient. They weathered the storm coming from Shred.
Yeah, because Shred may be giving them space on the throws, but Shred has so many players who are so fast to charge you afterward. They love that rush counter. Chatterton gets the throw off. Simos distributes the balls before heading off.
Great heads-up play by Chatterton to take out Simos, who was on the ground, rather than, I think it was Smith, who was retreating. Yeah,
I think knowing that the attack from the other rush had already come in, he was free to kind of pick the best target, and I think he did a good job there.
Nicely done.
Wheeler directing things for Shred. It's Barbo lets it go. Great counter by Sakura this time. Wheeler tagged out as well, trying to go over it. Giovinco coming close on Armsden.
So these red balls have been in play for quite a few matches now. It looks to me like they're starting to get a little soft. You can see guys are starting to throw a few more curve balls, which work better with softer balls. I would expect a few more catches to start coming up as these balls get softer.
Yeah, exactly. It gets easier to curve them because the grip is so much easier to maintain, and the fact that they don't kind of inflate as you throw it more seems to give them more movement, but they also stick to somebody pretty well. Cruz hit out. Elite finding those shots. They're keeping the energy up too. Sakura, you can see, doing that hype job over on the sideline right now.
Yeah, hand it to Elite. They've got great energy. They're talking. They've got a great vibe to them right now.
Yeah, but Shred still in the lead. And even though they've got the player disadvantage right now, there are some formidable players. Giovinco, great, yeah. In the air, still blocks it just down so cleanly.
It's so hard to block when you're in the air. You know what I mean? Your head is moving, your eyes are moving, and you're trying to track a ball that's coming in.
And I think it's not even just that he blocked it, it's that he very safely directed that ball down. I think that's blocking alone is tough, but blocking actively that way, really tough. So Giovenko very, very strong on defense.
So hard to hit.
Look at how quickly he moves laterally, gets to a safe corner. Elite just trying to bait everything out.
See, there are guys who are good at blocking. There's guys who are small. And then there are small guys who are good at blocking. And they can be so hard to hit. We're seeing one of those cases here with Jeff Giovenko. When he has 2 balls in his hand, it's so hard to beat him.
Yeah, especially he's looking right at you. He's lining up across from you so that you've got to take a shot that's more or less straight on him. Like, that is one of those things that if you have a good curve, like, you can break through, but that's just top shelf defensive play.
Yeah, it has to be a perfect throw.
And it was, so we're tied up 2-2 as we go into the no blocking portion of the first half here. The match is up for grabs, a friendly bounce, sending it back over to the Elite side.
I know these guys have been battling a lot today. I think Shred only has 1 sub. I don't know if they're tired or not. Their energy seems lower than what I expected for it to be based on their prior footage. If I'm Shred right now, I'm hoping one guy steps up, gets the guys going, gets our energy back up. Maybe a big play with the let's go type of thing.
Yeah, sometimes you need that energy, but I think Elite's got that energy right now. They fell behind a little bit early. They did go down on the first 2 points, but they've had most of the momentum since then. Ooh, that's a bullet from Simos.
Simos is so good at that. You know, guy let his guard down for a second, gave him a tiny window, and Simos capitalized. He's got a quick release, so accurate.
Yeah, very good mechanics.
Great job by Chatter to just get out of the way of that one.
Yeah. That's the best defensive play sometimes. Just move out of the way. Okay, a bit of a scramble. They got Cruz, though. And it's another one of the big arms out of the way, so Elite trying to finish this half strong. Simos and Giovenko still out there, though, and Chatterton's taken out. And Shred's still firing. Great shot onto Eng, and now Sakura alone again.
Josh is great at being the last man standing. You see it all the time. He's so hard to hit. I think teams leave him for last often because he's just not easy to take out ever.
Yeah. It's like, why go for him when there are other people who are not as hard to hit still on the court?
Yeah, you know any ball you throw at Josh is probably going to be a wasted ball.
Whoa. So that was interesting. Josh elected to keep those 2 balls on the ground. I don't know if he was specifically looking for a catch or if he had some kind of other plan in mind. I know Josh can catch, but I don't think of that as his primary skill. So I was surprised to see him just leave those 2 on the floor, given how good he is as a blocker and a mover.
Yeah, that wasn't no blocking, was it? Oh,
yeah, it was.
Oh, okay, but you're saying.
But I suppose I'm just surprised he didn't try to get them in hand to attack, but maybe he felt like he couldn't do it safely.
Yeah.
I do think he's a very smart player, so I don't want to pretend he wouldn't have had a reason for doing that.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, he's a smart player. Problem with being a smart player is like you've got to be smart all the time.
Yeah.
And making the decision, making the right decision is so hard, even to do it some of the time when everyone's this good.
There's so many variables in a match. I find one of the things I had to learn early on as a comp player was keeping track of where all 6 balls were. And not that you actually know where they all are, but at least looking ahead. Does the other team have 4 balls? Then maybe throwing this one for a low percentage play isn't the best idea right now.
It's a weird sport in that, I mean, yeah, there's so much going on at once, and you have to keep track of six different things.
Yeah. So I think even if you think of a more like a sport like NFL football where there are more moving parts, you generally have a small role within that. Whereas here you can be attacked by anyone as Chatterton takes one up high. Shred still got a lot of those great throws. Oh, Wheeler puts that one in a very catchable spot. Armstead not able to react in time for it. That sound when it pops out doesn't
So
feel
close.
good sometimes.
No, a guy wishes he had that one back. And Wheeler's no slouch. He's a big guy, but he moves well, and he's got a great quick release throw.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been able to play against him just a couple times, and I don't know, he's tough. He's a smart player too, recognizing the moments to take those shots. You were saying he's been a high-level competitive player for a long time.
Long time.
But he's a touch exasperated at the moment.
Estabrooks gets out of the way of one, but gets hit by the second on the ground. Not much you can do about that one.
Yep. Cross-court try on Giovenko finds him. I think that was Ang's ball.
Nice little curveball. A great team throw on that one.
Yeah, they got both balls on target at about the same time. Sakura taking the extra ball this time.
Xander's been heating up. The last game and this one, and then you see it again. You see it again. You know what, Xander, when he finds his stride, he's so lethal. And right now, if we were playing NBA Jam, the announcer would be saying he's heating up. So
Shakalaka.
Yeah. So if I'm elite, he's the guy that I'm pinpointing on Shred. I'm saying to the team, hey, somebody take him out.
Well, and the way Sakura went off too, he wasn't expecting that ball to hit him. It broke outside really, really late and just kind of clipped his foot. And yeah, that was a great late break. A lot of guys can't easily get it to move that much in that direction.
I always wish I could do that. Xander's got that great tail in his throw that it's so hard to read because you don't know when it's going to break.
And now we'll see if he's able to do a bit more damage. He does let it go. He misses.
We're seeing a little bit more energy from the Shred side. It seems like they got what they wanted. The spirits are a little bit higher.
Yeah, they've scored the last 2 points, coming back on strong here. Elite has been keeping up the good energy as well. Sakura missing, Barbo. I know Josh and Shota are friendly, so it's always kind of fun to watch friends going against each other on the court too. Barbo, again, not one of the biggest players out there, but he steps into his throw so well. He's got such good mechanics that it comes out really, really well.
It always looks so natural for him.
Yeah. Pretty sure he's a baseball player, and I feel like the mechanics show. They do have Simos off on the sideline now. Maybe they heard your pointers.
Great job by Guy. Made a great hit. Good heads-up play. There's another one for Guy. He's heating up. And Kalen getting taken out Giovinco.
Yeah, so just Shota Barbo out there alone. And we know he's got the skill set that you cannot count this point for Elite just yet, but
no, you know he can catch. He's great at looking for opportunities. And he's great at singling guys out. He's great at making guys throw alone at him.
Yeah, and he sort of drew out an alone throw there. I think he did a good job of trying to force quick decisions from Elite that maybe wouldn't be optimal decisions. He drew them into attacking instead of like trying to coordinate setup and maybe do a higher percentage play.
Right.
But, you know, it's still tough.
Yeah, I can't blame him. You know, when Elite has Guy and Kaler on court, I do not want them to get a coordinated attack on me.
Off the rush, Elite gets it a touch faster this time. Nice block by Wheeler, though. Yeah, both these teams are fast getting to that ball. Which is good. When there's a big mismatch in speed off the rush, it can be a pretty dramatic change to how points start.
Yeah, Ken doing a great job on that one. He died, but you got to see 4 balls, and 4 balls for 1 kill. That's a pretty good number. I like that.
Oh, except when one gets caught. Guy Armsden.
Unlucky. That'll bring Xander back in the game.
That's so good for Shred as they get Sakura now. Dongan takes over that far corner. Chatterton and Estabrook still out there with him. Shred's in a good spot, and Giovinco pops up. But he's just threatening. He's not actually taking yet. Good block, Estabrooks. Able to deal with that single shot coming in.
Chatterton's doing a great job of setting his teammates up for throws right now and covering them on the way back.
Yeah, I do think he's very good at that. Very aware of what's going on the court. What it means to create space for his teammates. It is Wheeler letting that go. Chatterton coming up hard. Just faking this time. Yeah, I have to think they're going to try and make space for Estabrooks to take a lot of the shots, but not all of them. Don't want to be that predictable. Even an arm as good as his, if you just know that that's where it's coming from, everybody's good enough to deal with that.
That's right. You've got to have multiple angles. And it's nice having Miles on the other wing. You know, he can throw cross courts. He's got different movements than Kalen does.
He's showing defense though at the moment. Chatterton getting low under those. Miles Dongan letting go with that throw and missing a little bit low. Chatterton keeping that communication up between the team. He's in the middle. He's relaying the calls to either side. Shred looks and finds him on a good ball by Giovenco.
Great throw. Just clips Chatterton.
And we got another Renegade ball in court 5.
I'm not sure how we are on time right now, but if I'm DC, I'm definitely thinking about pushing the pace.
Yeah, they're only down 1 point. And they get Barbeau.
Great couple hits by Miles, I think. Bring it down to 3-on-2.
They send 2 in on Kalen Estabrooks. Miles Dongan replies, but Shred still got 3 out there. And it's Smith with a big fake. It's Cruz with the take. Okay, Smith taken out. Cruz taken out as well. Dongan as well. So we got a 1-on-1.
Jeff Giovenco and Kalen Estabrooks. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, good arms on both sides. Very good defensive skills. Ooh, nice ball from Giovenco. Estabrooks sets up. Giovenco misses high. I feel like we're going to see a lot of that. Each guy throwing one power shot, the other person trying to throw a power shot in response.
Yeah, neither of these guys want to be empty-handed. I don't think either of them wants to be the first guy to throw 2 balls in a row.
Yeah, you always have to be very smart about when you're going to leave yourself with no ball in these situations. Giovenco sends one in that's blocked. Estabrooks calls for another ball in from the sideline. Holding 3. You see him try a bit of a drop there. Giovenco sends one in as well. Estabrooks squared up, blocks it, returns fire. Look how safe they're both being.
They're both playing the long game, these long throws. Neither wants to be exposed for the counter.
Yeah, they both have arms to make this work. Trying a very ambitious drop curve there was Giovenco. Both players taking their time. As we know, this is exhausting after a while.
Deceivingly tiring, and time is not going to be a huge factor. I think either of these guys are comfortable to take it to sudden death. There's no need to rush.
Yeah, and if Elite is able to tie things up, of course, they can still play for the win. Even if it happens in sudden death, we will have extra play. Whereas Giovenco, of course, would love to solidify it for his side. Looking a little frustrated with that last shot. And was that a timeout called, I think? It must be. With other players lurking on the court now. Some hydration and encouragement provided by the teammates. Wheeler was in there talking to Giovenco as well. So quick timeout. I think this is a good time to use it. This is a very important point. Whoever called it, your player is tired. So, ooh, Estabrooks. And that might not have been a timeout. That might have been us moving into no blocking.
No blocking based on that reaction.
Yep. Estabrooks
down to his last ball.
Okay, something almost happened there. Both guys coming close. Giovenco just missing.
Get this man a ball.
Yeah. Giovenco gets one in from the retrievers. Estabrooks has 4 on his side, finally 2 in hand as well. Quick try, finds it. Giovenco clutches that out, knocks the lead out of the tournament, and Shred's gonna move on.
Well fought by Shred. They weather the storm from DC Elite, who played the best match I've seen them play today. Give them a tremendous amount of credit.
Yeah, very, very well played. Both teams did keep the energy up pretty well at a lot of points there. Both teams had some great highlights too, but Giovenco, you know, there's a time to take those preemptive shots. If you think you can put it on the body in a no blocking situation like that when the other guy's got 2 in hand, it does a lot of work.
Yeah.
And so we will have more playoff action to come. Let's see if the schedule says who it'll be. Okay, Hard as Foam, who comes in as the top seed, it looks like, will be playing against somebody. Royals, perhaps? I'm not sure what this means on the schedule. So hardest foe we know is going to be one of the two teams you will see on this court when we come back. And we'll see who the other is. My guess right now is Royals.
Or Northern Touch, maybe whoever.
Or
won that
Northern
game.
Touch, whoever won that
And
match.
It looks like Royals is up. Or no, tie game.
Well, either way, we'll find out soon. We won't poison your mind with us having no idea right now. And so we'll be back with you for more playoff action in just a few minutes. Thank you for joining us at the Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff 2024 tournament. Welcome back to the Dodgeball Toronto 2024 kickoff tournament. We got another playoff match between Shred one more time and Melee out there in the dark jerseys. Well, in one white jersey, thanks to Ryan Kerr. So this is Terry Thrasher here once again with Michael Laziak. Not sure we got the mic working for Mike here. But Mike was saying this Melee team experienced. They've been around for a while. And we're going to see if we can get all the AV equipment working. Meanwhile, in terms of what's happening on the court, Kerr able to take a shot. Somerville lost on the Melee side. We're going to see Shred stepping into a couple of shots. Kerr pops up. He's got a great throw. Ryan Kerr, one of those players who is really good at throwing that outside curve on his fastball. He has showed me how to do it, and my wrist doesn't do the same things as his. And so Shred coming up to the line. They've still got three out there. Wheeler lurking in the back, ready for a potential counter shot at Barbeau. And everybody's still in it after this. Shred back up to the line, skipping that one in short. Tabernor in the middle. helping to make the calls for this melee side. So trying to get Shred down a player or two. And I think we've sorted out some AV.
All right, can you hear me now?
Hey, I can indeed.
All right, back in action. So we've got a great match here. We've got Shred from all over the U.S. and we've got Melee, a team based out of Toronto and London. This Melee team has a lot of experience. They were the quarterfinalists at Nationals this past year, I think losing only to New Era. They also may have been one of the top seeds. They were one of the top seeds coming out of round robin. They were the only team to beat us as Mavericks in the round robin. And they're not a team you can underestimate.
Yeah, they've been strong. I think, if I'm reading this right, they may have come in as the 2 seed after the round robin in this playoff. So, if so, that's a really, really strong performance from them.
What do you think? What do you think are the keys to success for Melee this match?
I found Melee often. So they're another team that has a varied group of skills on the team. They've got some elite catching, I would say. Ethan Somerville, with the cloth background, is a fearless catcher. Sun Ing, great catcher. I think it's part of what they do really well. Waddingham out there, Team Canada member in the past. I think that's one of the things they do well. Drew Tabernor is such a steady presence, currently holding the left corner.
He's so consistent. You know he's going to get kills. You know he's going to support his team and set you up.
Yeah.
And like you said, so many good catches on this team. Cam Tumulty is lethal at catching from any range. Doesn't matter if he's 2 feet away from you or 20. He's always a threat.
We saw at Nationals last time, he just made a bunch of just point blank catches at the line to help clutch out some of the wins for this Melee side.
Yeah. You've got Ryan Kerr, who I think is one of the best throwers in the country. His curveballs are unbelievable. They come in hot. He has sort of a bit of a slower release, but it doesn't really matter because he's so accurate with it. I think he's one of the keys to success. If they can get him going, I think they've got a great shot at this.
Yeah, when he has a bit of space to operate, I agree. His throw is deadly. And if Shred doesn't already know that, then I'm sure they'll figure it out pretty quickly. Oh.
Tumulty almost brings that one in.
Yeah, he's looking down at the ground, feeling like he could have had it. And now Matt Wood is the one player in Melee. I actually don't know him.
No, I'm not sure I'm familiar with him as well. He might be a cloth player with some Canadian experience.
Yeah, that is the one name I'm not sure about in this. Oh, and somebody's down hard. Simos, maybe the knee. Oh, he's not feeling good.
That's going to be a cramp, it looks like. Yeah, that's a cramp. Make sure to eat your bananas and electrolytes, folks. You do not want to cramp up at a tournament like this. Lots of salt, lots of water. You need both.
Yeah, and hopefully that's all it is, because you can get through that.
Those leg cramps are unbearable. I don't know if you've ever had any like that. Man, oh man, do they hurt, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
Just my calf seizing up, and you're trying to relax the muscle, and you can't.
Yeah. It's just like the emotional part of it. You can't try to relax.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's on his feet at least.
He's an integral part of this team's success in this tournament. I think they only have one sub, so if Xander goes down, it doesn't look good for Shred moving forward.
Yeah, so he's staying on the court, so hopefully that means he's legitimately okay.
So 5 Shred players versus Kyle Waddingham and Drew Tabernor. These guys have a lot of experience playing together. You can see how comfortable they are on court together. They cover each other, they talk, and you can see how quickly they call the plays. Yeah,
they both play out of the London area in the old days, and this maybe won't be a surprise with their current team name of Melee, but their old team, Smash Bros, was a very strong performer in a lot of tournaments. Often playing with Guy Armston, who we saw on Elite before as well.
A lot of great teams they've had.
Shred, obviously, a lot of talent that's been coming together. Simos is laboring a little bit at the back there, but hopefully he's okay.
2 balls coming at Cruz there. He's able to duck underneath both of them. But you can see how coordinated Drew and Kyle are.
Yeah, that is important when you're the last 2 left. I actually just realized that Cruz's shirt doesn't say Shred, it says No Love. I knew it was colored a bit differently. I didn't realize it was different.
Yeah, they look similar. I love the rugby style of these shirts. I think No Love was a team in maybe that they brought to API. I could be wrong about that.
Oh, Giovenko looking shifty out there, but
perfect team attack.
Yep.
Drew setting up Kyle.
Kyle, who I think is one of the players most accomplished at throwing it on his follow through, ending up super low, and just staying square to those catches.
So calm. He just brought that in, and against Dylan Cruz, who's got a cannon of an arm.
Yeah, Sunning coming back in for his side. Another person who's played out of London on Smash Bros for a long time. I think he might be Toronto-based these days. I always forget, but he plays in the Dodgeball Toronto League nights.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of playing with him a few times in the Barrie tournament. He's so versatile, you know. He doesn't really have any weaknesses.
Yeah, good all-around player. Good calm presence as well. Another one of those players who I just feel is very steady.
Steady's a good way to put it.
Okay, Barbeau is able to get the ball through the block, sending Eng back to the sideline.
You hate to see it. You hate to be the guy who comes on.
Yeah.
I've done it more times than probably anyone else. You come on, you try to help the boys, and then you got to leave them hanging.
Thanks for catching me in. I will be back on the sideline. Sorry. Okay, Tabernor not able to retreat out of the way of that last shot. So Shred putting a second point on the board. And when things come together for them, they've got enough talent that they are scary. Again, they were the 7th seed somehow. And when you watch them at their best, you're like, how? How are they only the 7th seed?
They must have had a tough bracket. Yeah, just so much experience on that team. I think a few of them were U.S. national champions this year.
Yeah, Giovenko for sure was on the U.S. national team in Edmonton.
I believe.
And so was Xander.
Yeah, I think a few of these guys won the U.S.
The Premier Tour.
The Premier Tour, yeah. I believe Cruz and Shota, and maybe some others as well. I'm not sure.
I didn't get to watch as much of that as I would have liked, but definitely a lot of talent on display in that tournament as well. Now in the retreat, okay, Somerville does like to try and make those plays falling back. And Kerr looks like he may have jammed a finger a little bit too as he was retreating and tagged.
Shred knows that Kerr's got a great arm. You can see them targeting him early every game. They're trying to get into his head. Kerr's a guy that if he can keep a positive attitude, he's so lethal. But if you're his teammate, I think you've got to make sure he's having fun. And he's going to pop off. He's going to do great for you.
And I think we know that there are times that a valid strategy from a team can be like, let's try and pick on that one person. Let's try and keep them out of the game, not just off the court, but like mentally keep them out of the game. And sometimes even if you're sort of over-investing and taking that player out, sometimes it can still pay off if you do neutralize their mental game as well.
That's right. If you can take a mental advantage over them, then why not? You might as well. Seeing Justin Carendang on the right wing this game. Great curveball on him. And he's another one of these melee guys who has great hands. Like, I would say this has got to be maybe the best catching team at this tournament. Let's see if we can do it against this top talent.
Yeah, he was fishing for it there. He did put down the ball he had. You know, that's part of the game. He likes to try and draw in a catchable ball. He is also typically a big communicator on the court. Okay, they send one in on Wheeler, one on Barbeau. Wheeler sort of slouches over to the sideline there.
Not thrilled about that one.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you get hit by a single throw, I think sometimes you feel like, well, I could have dealt with that better.
Yeah. The problem on that one was a rare mistake by Shota, giving up the 5th ball, which means Sean Wheeler has less cover on the following play, which is where he got picked up.
Yeah, sometimes the consequences come a bit later.
That's right.
And now that we're into no blocking, Melee looking for point number 1 in the match. Shred just hoping to hold on. Cruz going aggressive.
Great heads-up play by Carendang to twist in that throw, get low on the ground, and duck under Cruz's ball.
Yeah, I think he knew that that was a strong possibility, that he'd be attacked as he was committing to his own throw.
You see Cruz doing that from time to time. He likes to stay aggressive even on the back line. Nice curveball. That had a strong dip to it.
Melee talking things over, coming up calmly. Barbeau, oh, he tries to slap that ball into a catchable position.
Great throw by Tabernor. High and inside.
I don't know if he read that Barbeau was going down, but either way, put it in a great place. And now sidestepping, stepping into a forward throw. Karadang is tagged out. Cruz, no, not going to go. He does end up going. Okay, Tabernor, just a nice little hop out of the way. It's a little bit messy at the moment. Okay, and there's two big hits. We see Melee finally getting that first point here in the no blocking period. Good patience, and at the end it just took them two throws, one from each guy to clutch out the point.
Yeah, great chemistry on these guys. They weathered the storm when Shred was being offensive, waited it out, didn't make any rash decisions, and then in a quick 2 throws, you saw their chemistry there.
Yeah, and
nice
I think
job.
what Shred was doing, it works when you hit, but when you miss on a few of those throws where you are playing it more aggressively, it can feel pretty deflating sometimes. I think you gave up a bunch of balls. I think they had 4 on their side. They ended up with just 1 or 2. I forget exactly, but just good patient play from Melee on that last one.
Yeah, sometimes you pick up a ball, you like that ball, you like what you see on the other side of court, and you're like, I'm going to let her rip. And it's frustrating when you're not connecting, but sometimes you just have to reel it in. Depends who you're playing with, too, when there's only 2 of you. You want to know, is the other guy, is he likely to go? Should I go? You've got to kind of know the chemistry you guys have.
Barbeau with one of those jumping turnaround shots right off the rush. And I'm not sure if that's the one that eliminated Sun Eng, but he is heading to the side for Melee. And yeah, I think you're exactly right. Knowing the tendencies of your teammates it's hard to say how it's going to pay off. There's so many little ways that it can pay off over the course of a tournament. Might not even notice a lot of them.
Yeah, that's right.
Good block by Giovenco. Wood takes over that corner again. Ooh, nice spot. Taking out Wood. Long distance finds the ankle.
The energy on the Shred side is high. These guys are having fun. They're hitting. It's there for them right now.
Yeah, and it's good to see. It's where they're at their best, obviously. They've got those super dangerous throws. And they connect with one of them right there. Cruz with a fastball up high on Karadang.
I think that's 2 or 3 throws this game. They've hit a catcher up high. I think they know these guys are good catchers. It's frustrating for a team like Melee. You know you're good catchers, but it's just not working. Sometimes you have to scale it back and say, hey, let's get our dodging going. Let's force them to be more accurate, and that's when we'll start going for catches.
Yeah, it's always part of the, well, that was an interesting shuffle up. I don't think my knees work well enough to do that, but it is an interesting thing because there's always that tension between, do we play our game, do we play to our strengths, or do we adapt to what the other team's doing? And again, there's no always right answer to that.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I think if you are a good catcher and the other team starts hitting you up in the shoulders, like you might have to proactively settle down into the low catching postures, which is kind of what was attempted there. And there's a little pop-up.
Nice team catch.
Bit of a flourish there, but catch made.
Sometimes, yeah, if you're getting hit up high, the other team's telling you what they're doing. They're saying, hey, we're throwing up high, so you have to come back by going, you know what? As long as you're throwing high, we're going to keep dodging flat on the ground, and you're not going to hit us until you start throwing really low. And then it's on you to decide when to adjust and start going for those low catches.
Yeah, and sometimes the best strategy is just make the other team prove that they can deal with the thing you've been doing consistently.
Right, that's right.
Tumulty hit out. Cam Tumulty has not had a lot of space to operate in this match.
No, they're shutting him down. He's a great player who's getting shut down by a lot of other good players. There we see the power arm of Rizzo. I mean, good block by Xander, but see how fast it came in. I'm looking for big things from Riz this game.
And he's staying alive now. Steps into one, just missing towards Xander Simos, who does not seem to be injured right now. We're glad to see that. Shred to the line, nursing that 2-point lead. That shot, unfortunately, not going to help extend it, though. Yeah, Ryan Kerr looking smiley out there, which is good to see.
That's what you like to see if you're Melee.
Okay, big throw from him, but a block and a return shot takes him out.
Yeah, 2 great blocks by Xander on Ryan this game. Give him credit. It's not easy to do.
Yeah. Quick blocking hands, always so important at this level. And again, there's that rush counter, trying to find Wood on the far side. Cruz is very often the one taking those out of the middle.
We're seeing this a lot from Shred. 3-ball defense, waiting for the other team to come up, and then everyone goes as soon as they throw.
And it's interesting because they're not pumping as much on defense. They're settling into a block, knowing that all 3 of them are likely going to pop up and rush.
That's right. Yeah, they don't need to pressure the other team into. They're going to accept that one throw and then hit them hard after.
Oh, and they're just going to connect on a few shots here.
Wow.
So Somerville and Eng hit out on good shots out of the Shred side.
Simos, we see him heating up here, as usual.
That ball popped way out of play, but thankfully not too far away for the retriever to get to it.
Simos taking a breather. Looks like he's going for a downward dog. I mean, yeah.
Whatever keeps you in the game, keeps those muscles working well.
You know what? He knows it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. They're up 2 games here, and he's letting his teammates get into the game, spreading the wealth, and he's confident that they can do this as a team.
And that's one of the ways you can show trust in your teammates. Like, I'm going to hang back, let this cramp work itself out. You guys can carry this. I know, I believe in you. So
yeah, you can see he trusts his teammates.
Wood and Tabernor. Okay, Wood's ball is caught. Nice clean catch by Cruz.
That was a nice throw. It was a good hard throw. He stepped all the way into it, just right into Cruz's pocket.
Yeah, exactly. The only bad part was where it landed on Cruz, but exactly, he didn't ease up on it. Tabernor also not easing up. He's thrown from the back, but it's controlled. But Shred very ready for him. Tabernor showing that he's going to be blocking. That fake and moving right into a defensive shot tells you what he's going to do.
The rare double block. Waff one player's block into the other player's block.
Tabernor going a bit more aggressive this time. And now threatening again. He's not going to take that last one. Oh, he's looking for it. He's showing that he could, showing that he would. Giovenko is just going to make him prove it, though.
Shred confidently takes that game. They're looking good. Is there anyone who can stop Shred?
And again, coming in as the 7th seed. It's not something you always say about a team that's relatively low in the seedings like that, but they're looking good so far.
I see on court 1 we have Hardest Foam against Royals. Hardest Foam up 5-1.
Yeah, you have to think Hardest Foam is going to be one of those contenders to reach the finals.
Such a strong team. So many great arms. They've got Nick Grenier for this tournament.
Yeah, joining them while normally playing out of Manitoba. And the refs directing everybody to start on that back line. And into the no blocking. Not yet.
Nice
So I
catch
can't even
by
see the
Shota.
block. Yeah, Shota hasn't shown a lot of the catches in these last couple of matches, but we know he's fully capable of it. Can't see how much time is left. The melee, if they're going to fight for the win, might have to push the pace here a bit.
Where's the clock anyways?
Yeah, it's behind the ref.
Okay.
So,
Oh, yeah. Great
Okay.
coordinated attack by Melee. We're getting late into the tournament. Guys are getting tired, but you still see full effort on all the pump fakes from Melee.
yeah, and that's important because, like you said, that late in the tournament, a lot of times you see people taking the easy way out on something like pump fakes. Maybe not their throws, but and then pump fakes are one of those important tools in a player's arsenal for playing defense or even on offense.
It's so important for setting your teammates up, for playing defense. And it's usually the first to go when you get exhausted.
It feels like something you're allowed to cheat on, but it contributes to bad results, unfortunately. And Tabernor, nice grab off his own blocking ball. And they try to capitalize on the momentum. Somerville and then Tabernor again, letting go. And those catches are what we thought would be the melee advantage. If they were going to take this match, it was probably going to be off the back of some great catches supplementing the rest of their game.
That's right. Yeah, it just didn't go quite that way for melee this game. When you have, I mean, guys as offensively talented as you do on this Shred team, it's so hard to make catches.
Well, Cruz trying a little sidearm delivery, this time going overhand, getting the hit on Waddingham. We are pretty close to the end of the match. And so I think both teams taking it a little bit easy. That's why we have seen Tabernor be a lot more reckless with the ball than he normally plays. Just why not take those chances if you see them, but
why not? You can see he's smiling, he's having a good time.
He's like, I'll catch it, I'll catch it. And there's the whistle. So Shred looking in fine form, taking this match 4-1, a little bit low scoring considering how these teams usually play, but Shred just in control the whole time.
Yeah, great defensive bout. Two strong defensive teams.
Yeah, so they're gonna move on. Melee is gonna move out. And coming up next, it's one of the semifinals, 1v4 based on the seeding. So hardest foam if they hang on against Royals, I believe are the team we'll see on this court. And we'll see who they're gonna, oh no, we're not sure who it's gonna be actually. All right, so we're not sure who will be on this court yet. But we will, of course, find out in just a few minutes, which will be when we come back with another match. It'll be the semifinals here in the men's division of the Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff 2024 tournament. So once again, we hope you'll join us all the rest of the way. Lots of exciting matches still to come. And welcome back for the semi-final round here in the men's division. Dodgeball Toronto's kickoff 2024 tournament. We are back. Terry Thrasher and Michael Laziak one more time.
Thanks for having me back, Terry.
We got Hard as Foam and Future, two teams from out west relative to us.
This is going to be a great matchup. Hard as Foam has picked up Nick Grenier from New Era from Winnipeg. This guy is a world champion from last year. I think he was a starter on that team as well. He's a starting left winger for the Canadian mixed team. So he's going to give them some firepower as if they didn't have enough already.
Yeah, there are no slouches on this Hard as Foam team as it is. A lot of big arms, a lot of great, sensible play. We've got a bunch of Team Canada experience now. Valence Wong, for example, having been on the men's side. Solberg trying his hand in cloth.
As well as Burke, I
Burke,
believe.
yeah, I believe that's right, in cloth again this year.
And as Sam Coe is, I think he's on
I think the mixed
Canadian
team.
I believe, yeah, mixed. I think you're right.
It runs together after a while sometimes. And so I wonder if, do they not have Vinish in this tournament?
No Vinish and no Von Steb, but Decker is here.
Yep.
As well as someone I don't recognize.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah. But you've got your leadership tandem in Byron Wog and Chris Valence, both unbelievable players from BC, both Canadian men's bronze medalists from this past Worlds. Both back on the men's team this year, expecting big things from them.
Yeah, and Hard as Foam, so far in the men's division at Nationals, the closest any non-Ontario team has come to taking the gold. They lost to, well, you know, Rampage.
Right.
And now we'll see how Future does, because Future very familiar with Hard as Foam.
These guys have played each other many times, and what keeps me awake at night is that I've never seen Hard as Foam play New Era, and I'm dying to see that match. Maybe it's happened and I've missed it, but I reflect on how many times I've seen Future and Hard as Foam play, and it's something I'm dying to see.
Yeah, sometimes it's just how the brackets work out or the pools. Like, you just notice, like, oh yeah, I have never seen these two teams play.
We're seeing Cody Dan Foley back in action for Future. He was sat during the last Future game we looked at. Not sure why, but it's good to see him back in action.
Yep. Maybe they felt like they'd be okay without him. Maybe he's hurt. Who knows? But it is nice to see him on the court. Of course, Team USA player for quite a few years before moving up north.
That's right. Won a number of gold medals with Team USA, with Ketchum and Kreider and the perpetual champions.
Yeah. I think Foley was the MVP too in 2017 Worlds. Even though the team was knocked out in that amazing match with Canada in the semis, Foley was a standout player that year.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal year that year. Yeah, played great against Australia, played great against Canada. Yeah, he was in for a marathon that year, and tough guy to play against, but he definitely he earned it.
Now Grenier, who's rocking that Burke jersey, does head out to the side after being unable to block an incoming shot. Future doing well to pop up and attack, but Coe is good at getting low.
Coe gets low. Sam Coe, great dodger. Yeah, explosive player, great team guy, fast off the rush. Great guy to have on your side of the court.
And you notice we keep mentioning these players that are great to have on the team. Like, a lot of it is that teamwork, that leadership. It's not just the athletic toolkit.
That's right, and not always the game breakers. Sometimes you don't need another, big arm on your team. Sometimes what you need is a team guy to round it out, to do the little things well, to cover, to run the rush. Not everyone needs to be a big thrower.
Yeah, everybody needs to have a capable arm, but exactly, there are other things that need doing on the court. Sometimes it's just communication. Sometimes it is, like you said, the rush, super important part of the game these days. And they're faking a bit, mixing up the timing again. So 2 rounds of fakes before Valence delivers. I know Decker had told me just how much Hard as Foam practices. And they put in a lot of time. They really keep pushing themselves to be better. I know there are a lot of teams these days that are practicing, but that work ethic still matters quite a bit.
It does. Yeah, a lot of teams practice, but you can tell Hardest Foam practices the right way. These guys are pushing each other. They're working on their weaknesses. They're improving their strengths. They've got that deliberate practice that champions are made of.
Yeah, and I think it might be, ooh, nice block in the air. It might be hard sometimes for Hardest Foam because my understanding is that in terms of 7-inch foam, there's nobody else in BC who's anywhere near their level, and so they do have to sometimes get that experience like this. Come out to these tournaments and take some shots from Future.
It's funny, you see 6, 7 times back and forth, no hits, and then you get 3 or 4 hits in a matter of 5 seconds. It's feast or famine sometimes in dodgeball.
Yeah, I do think there are a lot of players, if they're confident throwers and they think that they've got that momentum, they just saw their teammate get a hit, they will take that shot too. And I just think sometimes that confidence might be the difference.
Yeah. The court opens up a little bit more. The balls are moving around. It's no longer one ball each direction. It's exciting to see. But to your point, yeah, 7-inch, not the dominant style out in BC. They love the 8.25 foam.
Yeah, you've gone out there for their Tournament of Champions, I think, at least a few times.
Yeah, lots of fun. And these guys, they're no slacks. There's so many strong players out there.
Chiam, sorry, I'm just interjecting because Chiam, he lunged for a ball there. Now he's hopping.
Uh-oh, you hate to see that. They don't want to lose a talented guy like Chiam at this point.
And I'm just worried he was definitely keeping weight off the one foot or ankle. So hopefully, again, a cramping situation and not something more serious.
Hopefully not. You can see how much power Valence respects when he's got that ball in a cocked position. He's got the big pump fake at the line, and you can see when Future's pushing up, they're giving Chris room. They know he's got a big release. They know he's got a hard throw with curves. He's not a guy you want to take lightly.
Yeah, and he is smart about taking the shots. I love that he might release it if he sees a really good opening or if he just needs to add in some of the aggression from time to time. But he's very patient. He picks his moments well. Ooh, that ball coming close.
Possibly catchable, but these things happen so fast, especially when you're on court.
And if you're looking ahead, it is hard in your peripheral sometimes to see that ball popping up off a teammate from the other side.
That's right, unless you have someone right in your ear telling you, hey, up.
Even then, sometimes you just look up and like, where up?
Where up, yeah.
Decker taken out. Future looking to extend this lead a little bit. Ooh. They get 2 outs, though, in quick succession.
There's that Future momentum again. They get one, and then they follow it up right away with another one. Mike Koo looking fresh in what looked like some new Asics. Those look like badminton, maybe tennis shoes. Yeah. I'm going to guess those have some pretty good traction.
The footwear, not a standardized thing in dodgeball.
No, very very subjective.
I think you might have been one of the players to turn me on to the idea of wrestling shoes, actually, which is still my shoe of choice for dodgeball.
Yeah, that's a special kind of shoe for sure. How do you find them?
For me, it's okay. Even though I'm a jumpy player and there's no padding in wrestling shoes, I think if you're comfortable jumping, it works well. They're very light, very grippy, which is, I think, also what like the court shoes or badminton shoes that possibly are on Mike Koo. That grip, super important in dodgeball.
It's so important. You know, you get all your momentum from the ground, and if you don't have good contact with the ground, you're not going to be able to feed that momentum up the chain, through your legs, into your hips, and through your arm.
Whereas I know a lot of players like basketball shoes for dodgeball. A little more padding and support, high in the ankles sometimes.
You still see wrestling shoes. Kyle Waddingham, a great player who still uses wrestling shoes, and he wears them well. He's able to, have good ankle support. He's got a great ground game. He's able to roll around in them.
Yeah, very specialized use for them. I've never done competitive wrestling or any sort of wrestling, really. Okay, good try from Ko, but Future able to close that out. Still 3 strong. And Chiam was back out there, so whatever caused him to hop off, looks like he's okay. Maybe just a cramp, just like with Xander Simos before.
That's good to see. Future, both games, ending both games with 3 or more players. Well, with exactly 3 players. they're so good at the grind. There hits a point in dodgeball where you have 3 players left on court, and you always have the ability to hold on to 3 balls, 1 ball per person. And if you're a good team that uses ball control well, it's so hard to get those last 1, 2, and 3 kills when you know they have a ball at all times.
Yeah, and actually playing patient can be really hard for some people. I think especially if you know you have a good throw and you're confident in it, then actually sitting back when that's the right thing to do can be really tough. But so far we've seen Future able to show tremendous patience. But even there, they did go just 1-1-1 on the throws. And they did end up getting Grenier. And now we're at the sudden death. So I think that's why they launched them like that, because we are going into no blocking. Because otherwise we don't really see them do solo, followed by solo on a different target, followed by solo on a different target. I think the coordination's been really good from them. The timing mix-ups have been good from them. Foley with some of those great fakes. Oh, and a great grab off Foley's throw too.
That's going to bring Nick Grenier back into the game. A big arm for Hardest Foam.
Decker holding down that left corner now for Hardest Foam. They've got that player edge. Looking for that first point. They get a hit, that'll help.
Decker, one of the Canadian athletes in the past, in the Houston tournament in recent memory.
Yeah, he's been getting some extra dodgeball experience. Nice big shot there.
Big hit by Cody Burke.
Yeah, great connection. So Hardest Foam in position to try and capture their first point of this match. And they do. 2 shots coming in and connecting.
So Cody Burke played for the Canadian men's cloth team this past year. And as I understand it, he was one of the strongest players on that team. The games I watched seemed like he was their primary thrower, making big hits, maybe something to do with being used to throwing big balls from his home turf in BC. But yeah, give him credit to adapt to those cloth balls that fast, to be able to be such a powerhouse player.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things we end up talking about with the difference between the foam and the cloth game. Like, just getting used to throwing the different ball. Whichever one you come from, going to the other, it is different. And I know when I tried cloth, I had a really hard time figuring out even how to hold the ball. If I tried to sell a pump fake all the way, I just couldn't hang on to it until I really figured out a grip that worked for me. And I think conversely, if you go the other way, I know a lot of cloth players say that they find how light the foam ball is really hurts their arms when they throw it. Just, you know, it's a different throw, and until you adapt your throw, you might find that, I don't know, it strains the wrong part of your arm compared to what you're used to.
Interesting. Yeah, it's such a different dynamic. Yeah, a big adjustment.
Bader gets through in his rival Captain Valance.
I'm giving the opening rush advantage to Hardest Foam in this match. They seem to be a little bit faster, and Cody Burke is connecting with a nice quick release throw.
Yeah, it's one thing to get the ball at the line. Ooh, speaking of Burke, he's hit out. It's another if you're the person receiving that ball for the possible throw to get it sort of cocked and into an attacking position as quickly as you can. And then actually having an accurate throw out of that quick motion. It's not as easy as it might look.
It's a hard thing to do. Shane Solberg getting out of the way of that one. Great catcher. He's another cloth guy. Yeah, used his hands well. Like, he's a guy who can make 1, 2 catches in the same game, and he's a tough guy to hit.
Yeah, his defensive skills are so good. We've seen a lot of the Hardest Foam team playing together really well. Solberg a big part of that. We've seen him make some clutch catches at past national tournaments too.
That's right.
Well-rounded player.
Well-rounded. Yeah, he's got a nice little movement on his throw too.
Okay, they get Wong.
I think that was Grenier with the hit.
Chang in the middle. Koo and Foley still out there for Future. I think Foley's saying my ball hit so-and-so. Something like that.
Another 3-on-3 game.
Well, it was.
It was. We're seeing Future. They're so good at this. Yeah. Now they're up in players, so they do have to give up that third ball, leaving Alex without a ball. But you can tell they're so good at these grindy games where you're not able to use your teammates because you just don't have enough balls.
Yeah, it's kind of the contrast. Ooh, big step up and throw. The contrast from what we were saying about teams like Elite DC being high energy teams and thriving in those situations, we're seeing that Future's doing a great job at grinding these points out when that's what it calls for. That ball popping up and out of the way. And I think Hardest Foam is going to drop that point. Future just doing such a good job at connecting.
They're so good when the players get low. I mean, how do you play against it? You know, if they want to keep playing the slow game, one ball back and forth, but if you push up too much, they're not afraid to push back and to cause that kind of chaos in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that they're giving away the space for free. You still know that they are threatening you. I think controlling that space in front of you is one of those things that can be hard to learn in a competitive environment, but the idea of where the threats can effectively come from on the other team and managing those threats, as you get familiar with playing competitively, you learn how to put pressure and to take away some of the options from the other side. Ooh, good honesty from Chang again.
Yeah, looked like a clean block, but you love to see it.
Burke steps into that one, but Future still has 4 players out there. And they come close, but they're splitting the difference.
Byron Wong electing to concede the wing to Nick Grenier. Put him where he's comfortable. Wong is so versatile of a player, as we see Kalen get one in the face. Unfazed.
He's doing ball retrieval duty and pays for it.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a double. Good bounce if you are Hardest Foam. Able to snare that ball away from the ball retriever, Kenley Croft, on the other side, too. Balance aware in that moment. It's a little thing, but it matters.
It does matter.
Okay, but this time Hardest Foam giving up all but 2. They wait for a ball to come in. And they had to take maybe not the shot they were hoping for, just because that 10-second count was getting low. Hardest Foam just fakes, sets up, goes cross court, finds the hit. Lilac is going to head off. Okay, so maybe they're finding their groove a little bit now.
Still 6 guys on for Hardest Foam.
Yeah, and it's just they are finally connecting on more of those throws than Future is. Before it was Future just with the hot target selection and hitting. Jim now is going to have the work to do. Oh, starts it off nicely. You can see Grenier kind of froze up as that ball came in.
Yeah, it was a great head fake. I didn't think he was going there. Obviously, Nick didn't either.
Yeah. Yeah, he's aware enough that if he knew that ball was coming, I think his dodge would have looked a little different. Well-placed ball and well sold on the fake. Okay, and that second ball securing the point. Hardest Foam only down by 1 now.
We're seeing Hardest Foam not afraid to give up 2 balls, not afraid to go down to their last ball.
Esterbrook's letting us know just how good that shot felt.
Yeah, they've got so many strong defensive players in Hardest Foam. They're not afraid to go down to their last ball, which allows them a little more freedom in how many they throw.
Going off the rush, that's a good start for Future. They take out 3 after that scramble from Hardest Foam.
You always have to be careful with Future, with these chaos moments. They're so good at covering each other. They're so good at making you pay for little mistakes.
And we were saying they're so good at the grind, too. I think their game is really multifaceted in this tournament. Maybe that's the coaching helping out. This is Ravi and Berkeley doing good work. And obviously big credit to all the players who have just been executing so well in the matches we've been able to see. Future looking very strong. Obviously they're in the semifinals in a loaded men's division. And they're currently in the lead and threatening to go to the finals.
Hardest Foam targeting Bader early. They know how much damage he can do. They don't want to give him the freedom to do it.
Yeah, and showing some good resilience. They're down to 2, but they have brought Future down to 3. Which is not too bad a deficit. They get another hit. Daniel Lilac off to the side, so it's a 2-on-2 now, that ball. So good pressure from Hardest Foam. Just, you might be able to get that ball, but you might pay for it too.
Yeah.
Balls collide. And they get a hit, so now just Koo alone, and Hardest Foam eager to tie this up. Okay, good staggered timing there. Ku playing fearless. And coming close on Ko. I think the refs are talking about maybe whether the ball on Ko connected. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but it's Blanchet and Biron doing ref duties. They're calling in some help from the backline judge on the future side.
We've seen a few opportunities this game where one team has been down to their last ball. Money ball, as some players call it. We've seen a bit of a shift. I remember 5 years ago, the idea was just give it to someone to protect themselves. And the offensive thing was like, yeah, don't ever throw at the person with the ball because there's 5 players who don't have a ball that you can hit. And then since then, the meta's kind of changed, you know, and then people started, hey, they don't throw at the last ball. Let's always throw the last ball and take someone down with you. And then since then, it's become, from what I see, it's like, let's always throw at whoever has the last ball because we don't want them to counter us. So it seems like it's come full circle.
Yeah, but I mean, there's the way of thinking that they only have one ball, so that's the only ball they can play defense with. Let's make sure that ball is suppressed. And like you said, I think Cancun was the first time I'd really seen a lot of players, especially the women on Team Canada were really fond of it, and Josh Sakura on Team Canada's men's side. Lisa Mora is the player I remember doing this the most on the women's side too. Oh, there, hardest foam, clutching it out and tying things up. But like you were saying, that last ball, it's like we have it. The other team's going to come up knowing that they have an almost uncontested moment to throw at us. Let's try and take somebody out. I think that's one of the interesting parts of dodgeball that shifts over time. It feels subtle, but what you feel like you can do with one ball influences whether you're willing to go down to one ball, and that might open up more things that you might want to do on defense.
Exactly. Kind of interesting how the meta has shifted around that.
And I think sometimes just knowing that those consequences of whatever you do take like a couple of exchanges sometimes to really happen. Yeah. Oh, there's a nice bounce for future. But that can be hard. If you don't watch video and you don't make an effort to connect, like how does our team play when we're down on possession or something like that? It can be hard to make the choices. Another team catch, although
the timing was very close.
And Valence, I think, might have hit the back line regardless. Okay. But see, you can see the appreciation shown, because I think Valence knows that Solberg almost bailed him out there.
Teammates looking out for each other. I thought the catch was not quite in time, but it looked so close.
It's one of the hardest things when I'm reffing to try and keep track of is the timing on those things.
Yeah.
So I appreciate everyone who's doing the reffing work in this tournament.
It's a hard job.
Decker steps into one from afar. Okay, they get a hit onto Bader. And more talking, but I think that point ends up being Futures.
Yeah, to your point, like you said, that's something as a team you have to kind of know, hey, what are we doing with our last ball? Are we going to go offense all the time with it? You have to have kind of a strategy going into it.
And so there's only 3 seconds left in the clock. I think that means we're going into no blocking, although the clock is actually frozen. I'm not sure why it stopped. But the refs are saying, let's keep moving. So if we are going into no blocking, it's a situation we've seen already in the playoffs. Hardest foam, if they can secure this point, they're going to force the tie, force some extra play. Whereas if Future can secure this, then they win. That's all it takes.
I got to say, Terry, I've got to give advantage to hardest foam on this one. Future is so good at grinding, but you cannot grind as well in no blocking.
It's so much harder to grind in no blocking. Once you take away like hanging back and blocking as a tool, defense just gets so much harder. And there we see hardest foam fired up after they get a double, and that's 3 players out on the Future side, so that is a great start for hardest foam.
They've got so many offensively talented guys in hardest foam. You've got to think this is the moment they've been waiting for.
And I do agree. I think their skill set lends itself a bit better to these no blocking moments. Future's so good in general dodgeball play. I don't know what I call that fake, when it's just like your wrist is just bending and flopping a little bit. Nobody really believes that that means you're going to throw one.
I believe Manjeet Ram used to refer to it as the snake charmer.
Not bad. I like it. That ball popping out of play. Landing in the stands. We're going to return it. Hard as foam, though, is going to look to try and close things out. Decker worried about an incoming shot. Drops his, looks for the catch. It doesn't come in, though. And Future not out of it. Koo and Foley. Team Canada alums out there. They get a hit onto Decker, who was looking catch. He's a little frustrated, but, you know, that's just because it was a catchable ball and he couldn't quite squeeze it. Grenier stepping right into that one, and that was no blocking. Foley is out, and okay, Hard as Foam ties it up on the hit on Koo, who's now hopping a little awkwardly too. Okay, tied up.
Tied up.
Extra period, 4 minutes of regular style dodgeball, which again, I think might debatably favor Future a little bit more.
Now that it's back to being able to block, yeah, Future is going to be a grindy team. I like what I saw from Hard as Foam last game. At this point, with the momentum from that last one, I got to give the advantage to Hard as Foam. But if I'm Future, I think the key is, hey, let's get back to the way we've played the last 20 minutes of this game, not the 2 minutes after that.
Exactly. They were the slightly better team for so much of the match. They just have to keep that mindset and keep executing that way. And they will advance to the finals, but Hard as Foam making it so that this extra point is necessary. There will be 4 minutes on the clock, regular dodgeball, and if somehow we end up that 4 minutes going by without a winner, it's going to move back to no blocking until we get somebody advancing to the finals. Off the rush, it's a little bit messy, but Hard as Foam loses a player.
They're losing Byron Wong. That's a tough loss, but I wouldn't be shocked to see Byron come back into this game.
Because he's a cheater? No, just because of the catching, just because of the catching, to be clear. But Future doing a great job off the rush. They've had good, solid rush play at a bunch of moments here. Grenier evades that shot. And both teams maybe being a little cautious now. They don't want to give it away on something stupid. That one skips in a bit short. I always find it's hard to dodge when everybody's still on the court like that. Sometimes you don't have as much room as you'd like.
Yeah. You really have to work with what your teammates are going. You don't want to go the same direction as your teammates. And that's when I think experience comes into play, you know. You try to give each other more room. You try to read the play, see where the throw's going, and see where which teammates need more room to dodge.
And we're seeing Hard as Foam now do that thing where they keep 3 balls on defense. And even though it's no blocking, having balls on defense does matter.
That's right.
And Chang checking in with the ref, whether it bounced. I thought it sounded like it might have bounced.
I thought it bounced as well. We'll see what the refs say. They are closer than us.
It is hard in some of those moments. But I think you want to go off the sound sometimes if you can't tell by the visual. And I do think they agree, so they're going to set up the play on the back line. Still got about 2.5 minutes to go in this extra period once we get rolling again. Once we get rolling again. All right, we're back. Hard as Foam coming close, but skipping that ball just a bit short. Now Future's going to get to counter. They are setting up. Just one ball going to be thrown. It's Koo this time.
Great split leg dodge coming from Grenier.
Oh, and there's an aggressive shot. I think a whistle might have gone before it connected, though.
That's what it looked like to me. I don't know why the whistle went.
Timeout called or something else that the refs saw. They're talking again. Let's see if we can divine what's going on. I just see a signal saying no outs, basically, from TiDaL. So I don't actually know what the potential call was. They send a ball back over to Future.
Okay. Maybe they were wondering if Nick got clipped with the ball, which we had a good angle on. He definitely didn't, but the play was stopped, so.
And it is eating up some of the time that means regular dodgeball, which, again, I think if it gets to no blocking, I'm thinking that is a little bit hardest foam favorite if the player count is even at that point.
I agree with you.
So if I'm future, I want to try and make these opportunities count. I mean, it sounds obvious, but hit the people you're throwing at if you can.
Yeah. But it's one of those things. Sometimes you have to try harder than others. Sometimes if you have time, sometimes you can aim a little bit outside their body. Sometimes you don't have that luxury, and you got to go center mass and hope they don't catch it.
Yeah, and hard as foam, hoping to close this out regular time, perhaps. And Burke is down. We've had a few of these late in the tournament of players going down. Could be cramps. Again, a lot of exertion for a long time, and even if you do hydrate and eat your bananas and everything else, sometimes it happens anyway.
Dodgeball is a deceiving amount of work.
Yeah.
You're jumping as high as you can. You're running as fast as you can. You're doing about 1,000 body weight squats in one day, as low as you can. It takes its toll on you at the end of a long day.
And even in rec league, my heart rate, according to my watch, goes higher than anything else I'm doing. It's been like 188 this year in just league play. And I don't think there's anything else I do where it gets pushed that hard.
That's funny. It is deceivingly hard. I don't know if you've brought out people who don't play dodgeball to dodgeball.
Oh, yeah.
And the next day they say, I've never been so sore in my life.
My first season, I was like, I can't shampoo my hair when I still had that hair. Oh, some great shots. Hard as foam closes it out.
There you have it.
Once they found the momentum, they just really asserted themselves in this match. Future had been looking like the better team for a healthy chunk of it, but they couldn't actually pull away on the scoreboard. And Hard as Foam hanging in there until they could catch up, catch fire, and move on. And this match was so good that I have no idea who they'll be facing in the finals. I'm not sure if you know.
I don't. It looks like it was a 4-1 score between Mavericks and...
I've been told it's Shred who made it through. Okay. So we still don't know. Can anyone stop Shred, apparently?
Let's find out.
We'll have to find out in the finals. And so we will be back for those finals in a few minutes. It will, of course, be the last match of the night. And that will be it when we get there. But until that match, this is Terry Thrasher signing off for another one from Mike Laziak and Dodgeball Toronto's kickoff 2024 tournament.
That was a fun one. That was a fun one. I legit thought Future had it for a while, but then when they just couldn't get like 2 points ahead consistently, it's like, yeah, and it looked like they were frustrating Hard as Foam too, but I mean, yeah, full marks, Hard as Foam, resilient. They just wouldn't go away, eh? It's like,
And we're back for the finals. Terry Thrasher and Mike Laziak one more time, one more match here at Dodgeball Toronto's kickoff tournament. And Hardest Foam and Shred. It was destiny.
It was. The question was, can anybody stop Shred? We're going to find out in the next 20 minutes. Terry, what's at stake here?
First place and a bunch of money, I think. And I think just reputationally, if you come out of this tournament, which has been so strong, you come out as the champs, I think that does a lot for how people regard you as a player and your tenacity and your teamwork. So
I think you're right. This is an elite tournament with a lot of the best players in not only this country, but the U.S. as well. There's a lot of clout at stake in this tournament.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound too homer here, but this is a tournament in Toronto that there are no Ontario players left in this division. That does not happen often.
Very strong BC hardest foam team featuring Nick Grenier against a team from all over the USA.
Yeah, I actually don't know where all of them are based, to be honest, but like you said, all over, and it's taken them a little bit of time to really find their stride in this tournament, but now that they have, they seem pretty scary.
Who do you give the edge to in this match, Terry?
Yeah, it'll be, man, I almost don't know who I want to pick. I think I'm going to say Shred just because if they have gelled all the way, they've made it to the finals. I think their talent level is really, really high. I think Hardest Foam's got to have the teamwork advantage since they are actually basically a team. But even though their talent is tremendous too, I think I've just been really impressed by these Shred folks.
Yeah, you know what? They've adapted to every challenge that's come their way. I'm going to give the grinding advantage to Shred. These guys are so good at winning the battles when they have 1, 2, 3 players left on court. I'm going to give the big team advantage to Hardest Foam. I think when it's 6-on-6, 5-on-5, 4-on-4, I think that's when they're at their best.
And that's where the teamwork can shine.
You're right. These guys know each other so well on Hardest Foam. They've been playing together for years, training relentlessly. These guys are a weapon.
Yeah, Wheeler was a little frustrated earlier. He thought Ko had been hit out. And that is the kind of thing that sometimes if you let it get in your head can be an issue, but I think Wheeler, a veteran enough player that it is unlikely to be a problem.
That's right. He knows he's got to move on and get on to the next play.
Yeah, he could be wrong, but even if he's right, like, it doesn't matter, like, after a minute. So Ko and Valence still out there.
5-ball attack here. They go after the ball.
Yep.
They get him.
Yeah, they spent 2 balls to do it, but they're just making sure that ball in Wheeler's hands can't be used against them.
We're seeing on that play how critical it is to keep that 5th ball in your team. You never want to go down to 1 ball because you're always leaving one side unguarded.
Yeah, it's a really calculated, well, hopefully a calculated risk. Barbeau does interesting things tucking a 3rd ball when he's holding it sometimes, just between his knees or against his hip, just so he can keep his 2 hands fully active with the other 2 balls.
Interesting.
I haven't seen anybody else do nearly as much of that, I think. Valence with a good classic block there.
Valence doing a good job covering his teammate. We see one of these plays there. Valence has 2 balls. Sam has 1. You expect the throw to come from Chris. It didn't. If it doesn't come from Chris, that means Sam has no ball. So you know Chris is thinking, if Shota's going to throw at somebody, it has to be at me. And you saw Chris do exactly that.
And sometimes you just have to commit to those motions. Even if you do draw on the shot, even if you get out, it might be the right call to just buy that space, create the opportunity for your teammate. Valence trying to fake, and
both hit. That looked to me like it was at the exact same time.
I looked super close. In real time, I don't know how anyone would be able to tell the difference there. Both shots coming out high and hitting off the player and into the ground like immediately.
Straight into the ground.
It always feels bad if you threw one that just popped in the air when the one that came in and tagged you went straight to the floor.
Yeah.
So not the issue this time. Valence. Okay, he's doing a good job of selling the possibility of offense, but now Barbeau staggers back and gets tagged while he's trying to stay in bounds. It was impressive for him just to not go over the line, but Valence recognized what was going on and had the accuracy to make that 2nd ball count.
Great athletic maneuver. Yeah. You saw the patience from Chris pushing that line as soon as Shota let go of that 1st ball. Shota went all in on that 2nd one, put it a little bit too low, and Chris took advantage.
Yeah, so really close, but Hardest Foam clutches out the 1st point.
False start.
Yeah. It's always funny to me. I don't know, when the false starts happen and just all the energy is just one player who ran too far or too early, and everybody else is still not ready because the whistle hasn't gone.
That's right. You know, you see a lot of players who are very fast time their push-off with where they think the ref is going to go, and sometimes they get off a few seconds or a few milliseconds early. That's why I like it when the refs wait a split second before calling dodgeball, so that you let those guys jump early if they want. You can call them out on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's an official policy anywhere, but when I am reffing, Cruz with a nice block there. When I am reffing, I like mixing up my timing a little bit. Like, I don't want it to be about who guesses my timing properly. I want it to be about who actually gets off the line at the whistle.
Exactly.
I'm not sure how other refs feel about that, but
I think it makes it an even playing ground for everyone.
yeah, that's what I hope. Okay, 2 ball sent toward Giovenco. We've seen a lot of his defensive work in this tournament on this court. He's very, very good. He's a smaller guy who's able to just fold up behind those blockers so well. And covering that ball, popping up off Ko. Takes a friendly roll back to the shred side. Grenier just threatening out of the middle here. Hardest foam going to set up this time. Sandissimo still alive out there, still just threatening.
Hardest foam, smartly, wisely, keeping 3 balls on defense so that they can be more aggressive.
Ooh, Valence hit, and another hit as well. Grenier returns fire.
Gets a double.
Ooh, gets a double. That's a big deal because he lost 2 teammates, so that does help. And was there a catch too? Well, there's 1 player fewer on the shred side now. These points so far, it's only 2 in, but they're pretty close.
Yeah, that was it was 6 on 2 for a split second.
Yeah.
Now a 3 on 2. Nick, not afraid to let go of that ball from the back line. He is lethal. He knows he can make those hits, and it seems like Shred knows he can make those hits too.
Yeah, and I think Shred, smart enough, even if they don't know the players super well, they're smart enough to recognize from what a player is doing and threatening whether they need to respect it. I think that's part of playing at a high level is knowing what you have to worry about from the other team.
Right, even if you don't know those players.
Yeah, some players are really deceptive, but I think a lot of us, you know, we can telegraph a little bit of what we're good at by showing that we want to do it. Giovenco doing a lot of work to keep his feet really active, and then getting tagged in those same feet.
Great shot.
Great shot indeed.
By Patrick David.
Yeah, I think that is the unknown player that we don't recognize. Finally finding his name in the roster sheet.
It's not his first time playing in Toronto at one of these tournaments. I believe he played on Cerberus at the last one.
Yeah, he does look familiar. It's always funny when I don't know right away what the player's name is and I know they're wearing someone else's jersey. But he's been a great performer. He's got a good throw. He finds that shot onto Cruz.
Great teamwork. I mean, Nick Grenier being athletic, staying alive, and David delivering the kill shot.
Ooh, take that, photographer.
There's Dylan. Dylan taking that shot like a champ. It's gonna make it's gonna look good in the highlight reel.
I'm sure he's saying at least he didn't hit the camera. And I like the courage being right behind the player. Like, you get good angles that way. You can really see how some of these shots, how fast they come in, how much the movement on the balls ends up being. Oh, Grenier tagged out. Barbeau. The great shot. Ooh, misses on the second one. He had a good opportunity. David now missing high. Counterattack missing. David coming all the way back to the line on his back.
Wow.
Brings his head up in time not to go over the line, I think.
That was exciting. A few opportunities. That was a great no-look by Shota to take out Grenier.
Yeah, Shota showing that ball almost fooled his block. Saw that ball kind of pop up over it, and different bounce could have been a problem.
Sometimes your brain does the wrong thing, but your hands do the right thing.
Both players going aggressive. And Shota makes the catch. The dodgeball show coming through in that one-on-one moment.
Shota looked like Shota thought he hit him.
Yep. And now we see ref Karine having a little talking to with this team. Sometimes it can be something like, hey, you don't make the calls across the line. You leave that for us. Something like that, just to try and keep the temperature low.
Yeah. And looks like Shota getting a warning for flicking the ball up as a ball don't lie sort of idea.
Yeah,
I'm sure it won't be a factor.
And despite all the offensive weapons in this match, we're heading into the no blocking period, and it's only 1-1.
Surprising.
And I just think it shows as well that both teams have great defensive tools too. Those defensive tools, as we mentioned, are going to change in this no blocking scenario. I always find it interesting, late in the tournaments, I find a lot of power throwers, their balls end up going high pretty often, and then once they try to compensate, they skip them low. It can be hard to keep things on target with velocity this late in a tough tournament.
That's right. Your arms are starting to get sore. The balls are maybe getting soft, sometimes a little slick.
Yeah, and now Hardest Foam going to try and deliver one. That one bouncing short. Yeah, the conditioning and the mental fortitude to come this deep in tournaments becomes more relevant the longer the tournament ends up going. So we've seen Hardest Foam show it. We've seen a lot of these Shred players show it, just in my case, not as a unit. Slow pace right now. Both teams want to make sure they play their game. Don't give up anything easy.
That's right. You see it pretty often. The first team to give up a major ball possession, either 5 or 6 balls, they get punished. So both teams want to make sure that they've got enough balls at their disposal. Balance for CMOS. I feel like that's a good trade for both teams.
Yeah, it can work. Okay, and there's a nice grab. Burke's shot looked like he didn't get as much into it as you might hope. Normally he's got such a power arm. I think that one might have just gotten away from him a little bit. And that time it was Grenier taking out CMOS, who was back on the court, and Decker traded off as well for Hardest Foam. Decker, one of the more emotional players on that side. You can see he's a very good hype guy when his team's doing well. Has the energy to pump up his squad.
We're seeing the pump fakes start to fade. We're at about that point in the night. People are getting tired. Guys have been working hard all day. The pump fakes, the guys just don't have the energy for them anymore.
And I also think part of what you're seeing is players are taking shots from safer distances. That's part of why we aren't seeing as many of them connect. I think Wheeler might have thought that was a trade. I thought 2 of the balls hit in the air. Whether one of those is what ended up going toward, I think that was Grenier, I'm not sure. Okay, they do lose Giovenco now.
There we see another one of those 5-ball possessions connecting. In sudden death especially, you never want to give up that 5th.
Yeah, like you were saying before, it's just important to try and have a defensive tool on each side available. Nice grab, Cruz falling back, lets out a shout as he gets back up. Ball in hand, it's a big moment.
That's a turning point.
Grenier lets it go. Gets one in from the sideline. Grenier tries to move laterally, isn't able to do it, and then 2 quick hits. Shred brings it back from the brink.
I gotta say, Hardest Foam played that the right way. They were patient. They didn't get caught up, but just, you know what? A couple of great grabs from Shred that game.
Yeah, especially Dylan Cruz going back, catching that ball right up against his chest when he was flat on the ground. Like, that's a shot you have to take if you're Hardest Foam, and that's not a play you're going to expect opponents to make very often. So full marks to Cruz. I think that one really ended up turning it all the way around for Shred.
That's right.
And only 8 minutes left here in the finals. 2-1 edge for Shred. Obviously still anyone's match.
Hardest Foam's got to come out hard here.
Yeah.
They played that last match so patiently, and it didn't work out. You know they're going to come out firing at all cylinders in this one.
See the sort of common 1-for-1 off the rush, but Shred ending up with an extra ball for it. Nice shot by CMOS, but blocked well by Grenier. As the ball gently rolls to the sideline. Hardest Foam is going to have to come to the line quickly. Shota Barbo going real low on that ball. CMOS, it's good, kind of a casual delivery, but he still sent it pretty hard into the middle.
You know what, for the small windup he has, that ball comes in hot.
Ooh, beautiful throw on Giovenco, sending him to the side. Simos, that one is blocked by Grenier. Wheeler a little exposed, but looks like Grenier alertly recognizing that Simos would have tried to light him up if he took that counter himself. Xander Simos was in the air, did get clipped. He got good height on the jump, but the ball found him. Shred now to the line. It is Cruz taking a shot and Solberg driven back off the court. But Hard as Foam still with the player edge. I think Cruz thought about going there.
Yeah, you got to think this offense is going to continue to go through Cruz. You're giving him the fourth ball. You know he's able to block. You know he can throw those quick release throws.
All right, Wheeler ends up ramping one over to Shota Barbo, who does get tagged out but makes the grab first.
Great play. Saves the teammate, brings a new guy in. If you're Hard as Foam now, you're thinking, relax, we got a bad bounce.
Yep.
Let's get back to our game.
Good play, bad bounce. You got to remember that it was a good play.
That's right.
And then on the Shred side, though, getting in somebody who's relatively fresh can, again, be a big deal, Dave. It's only been a short rest since they did start the point, but I think just having a little bit of a break can matter this deep into the tournament. That one's skipping just about a foot in front of Burke.
You heard Valence yell cross as soon as he released that ball. He's alerting his teammate that, hey, the guy in front of me is going. You can't always prevent the guy in front of you from throwing, but you can notify your teammates when they do.
Yep. So I like that call. Just shared awareness. That one pops way up. Burke gets tagged by the second one. And Valence is out as well, so Shred only has 2.
It's up to Patrick David. He does have 5 balls.
He sends a bit of a, I think he could have probably put a little more into that one toward Cruz. Puts a lot into that one and takes out Wheeler.
Perfect shot.
Yeah, Wheeler knows that was a long-range ball. He just didn't quite read it correctly. One-on-one. David versus Cruz. David pops up, fakes, takes. That one is blocked and popped way up. That would have been catchable, but risky to take your eyes off your opponent in this scenario.
Yeah, you don't want to. I don't think that's the opportunity that Cruz wanted.
Good hard shot, but missing. Another shot skipping low. I like what the ball retrievers are doing here from the back. They're putting it to the side retriever and then putting it in play.
We know David's not afraid to throw both of his balls. He's done it earlier this match.
Well, there's a whistle just to say, tie your shoes. Safety first. Referee Matty there, very alert. One thing I appreciate about both of these refs, it can be hard to stay engaged when the matches go on for a long time. You've played a whole day yourself, but you can see that Kaheen and Matt are both still fully engaged in making sure this match goes the right way. Cruz steps into one. David, no ball in hand and not able to clinch that catch, so Cruz secures another point for his side. Shred 3-1 edge. They got 3.5 minutes to go. There is definitely time for Hard as Foam.
They need to close out this next game within 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, they have been so close, but Shred just executing a bit better. They're grinding a little bit better, as we've been saying too. Their mental game has been strong.
They're so good at. See, Shred has 6 guys who can all comfortably be the last guy on court and have the opportunity to win a 1v2, 1v3.
And so this is interesting. I thought the whistle was a false start, and it sort of is, but it wasn't one of the runners. I think they're saying one of the Shred players just was not on the back line when the point started.
Yeah, that's something I'm not a big fan of. I think if the guy's not in the rush, if it doesn't impact the game, do we really need to call it? We saw that a lot at Worlds 2 years ago or last year, and I didn't care for it.
It is a relatively small thing. Yeah, and it's an interesting thing, right? Like, does it matter too much if a player is in front of the line rather than on the line? And at the same time, it's a lot easier to ref if it's standardized sometimes, so.
Time may be a factor this game, given that we've only finished 4 games in 18 or so minutes, 19 minutes. You know, the Hard as Foam, it's going to be on their minds.
So that was interesting. Wheeler doesn't usually kind of turn away like that. He was in the air and had kind of his hip toward the ball. Very hard to get your hands on that cleanly in those situations.
Yeah, you don't often see elite players like him turn away from it.
Yeah, and I think, like you were saying, time's going to be a factor, and so we see Shred only throwing one under most circumstances. There's no need for them to force it. They got 1:40 to go.
Shred knows they don't need to win this game. They just need to force the other team to make 3 hard kills.
Yep. Force hardest foam to earn it. You don't need to give it away. Giovenco.
Not really.
Yeah.
They know they don't need to make hits.
Yeah. So they're still putting the ball on the mark, but they're not stepping into it and leaving themselves as exposed as they could.
Perfect throw by Valens.
Yep. Valens recognizing a moment to take Simos out.
We have 70 seconds left now with a 10-second timer on each throw. You expect hardest foam to know they've got 7 throws to win this game.
Yeah, paying attention to what you can effectively do in the time. Cruz with a block in the air. I know sometimes teams rush too much when there's 70 seconds left. They're like, well, we got to win this. But that's still 70 seconds you can work with. That's a bunch of times you can set up, call a play with your teammates, try and get good angles on your opponents. Cruz, a great block. He's been so good at getting that blocker out in front of those incoming shots. So he has been the target lately. 30 seconds. Valens, ooh, doesn't get a block there. Yeah, he was aware. He saw it coming, but great shot by Cruz. Solberg tries for it. Cruz still blocking. And we're very close. Hardest foam only has 2 balls in hand. They're going to have to make it work. Shred knows that. They're going to force him to draw it out. Grenier tagged out, and I think that will just about do it. That is it. So Shred, it is a grind in the last match of the night. And they came in again as the 7th seed after round robin, but great execution. Their talent showing through in the end, their work showing through. Hardest foam coming up just a little bit short.
Shred, these guys are no strangers to being champions. We have a few world champions on this team, a few national champions from the U.S. national tournament. They don't look surprised.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's celebration, but it's not exactly raucous over there. They're like, yep, we did what we came to do. And now that we've done what we've come to do, it is the end of the night for day 1. We got a whole bunch of co-ed action tomorrow with the co-ed restricted division starting at the ungodly hour of 7:30 a.m. Sadly, I will be in that playing. And after that, we've got the competitive co-ed division in the later part of the day. We'll be back for the broadcast of all of that tomorrow. Mike Lazia, thank you for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Well, thank you for having me.
Producer Mitch, always a pleasure to have you running the show. And to everybody who's watching, we appreciate you so much. Stay tuned for more Dodgeball tomorrow at the Dodgeball Toronto Kickoff 2024 tournament.